Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, colleagues. Welcome to this webinar on the Partnership Exchange. My name is Lotta Tähtinen, and on behalf of UN-DESA, I'm very pleased to welcome you all to today's event, and I have the pleasure to be facilitating the opening segment of today's meeting. Today's Partnership Exchange is organized by UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, or UN-DESA, to provide hands-on space for member states, UN colleagues, experts and stakeholders to come together to share their knowledge and insights in how to design and implement partnerships that truly contribute to the achievement of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. As you all may know, today's meeting is held the day before the annual ECOSOC Partnership Forum, which is taking place tomorrow, Tuesday, from 10 a.m. to 5:45 p.m. at the United Nations headquarters in New York, under the overarching theme of accelerating recovery from COVID-19 and the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development at all levels. The discussions and learnings from today's event will be an important contribution to the discussions that will take place tomorrow at the ECOSOC Partnership Forum. Dear colleagues, we have a great program today, and I'm asking my colleagues to highlight the agenda for today's meeting. We will have 3 deep dive sessions on how to build up and scale partnerships for the SDGs. We'll have a dedicated session which will focus on unlocking financing for the SDGs. We will also have a session that will look at how to build and foster partnerships at the country level to leverage resources from all sectors of society. And finally, we'll have a session that will focus on how can we unleash the creativity, knowledge, and energy of youth in support of multi-stakeholder partnerships. Let me make a few go through a few housekeeping rules and issues. First of all, today's event is being recorded, and it will be live streamed on Facebook and also through the Partnership Exchange website. We would be grateful if you could please keep your microphones muted at all times when not addressing the meeting. If you have any questions or comments to raise, please use the dedicated Zoom chat box, and our team will do our best to channel your comments to the moderators and panelists of each session. Colleagues, with these few opening remarks, it now gives me great pleasure to introduce Mr. Navid Hanif, who is Assistant Secretary General for Economic Development at the United Nations DESA, to deliver opening remarks. Mr. Hanif, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Ms. Lotta Tähtinen, and thank you for setting the stage. Greetings from New York. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to join you this morning at the Partnership Exchange event. As Lotta mentioned, that will contribute to the 2023 Partnership Forum of the Economic and Social Council. The primary objective of the exchange is to share knowledge and expertise in the design and implementation of partnerships that will help us in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And today I would like to focus my comments on three aspects of the discussions at the exchange. First is the context in which this exchange is taking place. As all of you know, the world continues to face unprecedented challenges stemming from the compounding crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and war. The convergence of crises has caused a cost of living problem, tightening financial conditions, increasing debt distress, and slowing growth outlook. And these conditions have caused serious setbacks to the 2030 agenda, including the Sustainable Development Goals, with disproportionate consequences for the most vulnerable people. Currently, there are at least 685 million people living in extreme poverty. 345 million people are acutely food insecure or at a high risk of food insecurity. More than 60 countries are at high risk of debt distress. The cascading effects of these crises are worsening inequalities between and within countries. You must have heard the situation is being labeled as polycrisis, which means the overall impact exceeds the sum of all shocks. A year ago in this forum, the Deputy Secretary General reminded us that the concept of global partnership was birthed in times of crises. Certainly, the current context needs stronger and robust partnerships to bring us out of this situation and put the SDGs back on track. And that brings me to my second point. This year marks the midpoint for the Sustainable Development Goals. In September, the General Assembly will hold the SDG Summit, which will bring together heads of state and government and many stakeholders. The expectation is that the summit will be a pivotal point for re-energizing our efforts to achieve the SDGs. We believe it will be an opportunity for all stakeholders to launch bold initiatives. These should help in overcoming the obstacles that have hindered our progress to a prosperous and sustainable future that leaves no one behind. One major factor for halting our progress is lack of financing for the SDGs. The financing gap has grown in the post-pandemic world. According to some estimates, we need at least $4 to $5 trillion per year to achieve the SDGs. Partnerships have the potential to leverage and combine existing and unlock new resources to finance the SDGs. A clear example of the potential of the public and private sector joining forces is the Global Investors for Sustainable Development Alliance, convened by the UN Secretary General. The GISD Alliance is a group of business leaders worth $16 trillion from around the world, working together to find solutions to facilitate the scaling up of investment for the SDGs. We all know that unlocking private capital would be a game changer. Even a small shift of private assets to long-term investment in sustainable investment could have an enormous impact, but that would also need support from the public sector. So the solution is partnerships. And that brings me to my last and final point, which is a challenge today to the Partnership Exchange event. The 2023 SDG Summit is expected to not only deliver renewed political commitment to the achievement of the goals, but also launch high-impact multi-stakeholder initiatives. These initiatives should be transformative, evidence-based, future-oriented, driven by partnerships, and should have high multiplier impact or synergistic impact. For these reasons, the initiatives should focus on eliminating poverty, supporting health and well-being, addressing quality education, progress on water and sanitation, accessibility of clean and affordable energy, and tackling climate change. I would like to challenge the Partnership Exchange event to develop high-impact initiatives in these areas and bring those to the summit in September. Multi-stakeholder partnerships in support of the SDGs are an essential tool for impactful development collaboration between the public and the private sector. We need to bring all hands on deck to steer this ship out of stormy waters to its destination of peaceful, prosperous future for all on a thriving planet. The outcome of today's session, as Lotta mentioned, will be an important input for the dialogue tomorrow, the 2023 ECOSOC Partnership Forum, and eventually to the SDG Summit. I look forward to hearing your thoughts, innovative ideas, and bold proposals. I wish you very fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Navid Hanif, for joining us today and for delivering those very inspiring remarks that really helped to set the scene for today's partnership exchange. Colleagues, as we still have a few minutes before we will begin our first session, we would like to conduct a short poll with all participants using the online Mentimeter tool to hear from you on 2 points. The first question we would like to hear from you on, in 1 word, if possible, please. Would you tell us what, in your view, would help create more effective partnerships for SDGs? Please submit your answer at mentimeter.com using the code, which my colleagues are also putting in the chat box. So please use the Mentimeter that is being, the details are being put in the chat box to give us, in 1 word, please, what could help create more effective partnerships in support of the SDGs. We will give this a few minutes for colleagues to log into Mentimeter and give us your views and ideas. Several words are coming up on the screen. Thank you very much. A central theme from many, an essential component is trust. We see collaboration, transparency, commitment, clarity, funding, collaboration, coordination. These are all keywords that can help spur more effective partnerships for the SDGs. Very interesting. Thank you very much. Now we would like to hear from you all on a second question, please. We would like to flip this question around. What is, in your view, the greatest impediment or obstacle for not having effective partnerships for SDGs? Again, please use the Menti tool to give us your view on what is the greatest impediment or obstacle for not having effective partnerships for SDGs. So we'll give this a few minutes while you're logging into Mentimeter again. Competition, silos, profits, I guess lack of time, territorialism, mandatism, inefficiency, ego. Competition seems to be a popular notion. Very interesting. Thank you all for these very insightful reflections. I would like to encourage the moderators and panelists of today's sessions to all think about these points as they are addressing their sessions today. So colleagues, without further ado, I would now like to hand the floor over to the moderator of our first session, Mr. Arif Neki, who is the Senior Advisor and Strategic Partnership Coordinator of the SDG Partnership Platform at the United Nations in Kenya, to moderate the first session, which will focus on building partnerships for unlocking financing for the SDGs. Mr. Arif Neki, I hand the floor over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lotta, and what a pleasure and privilege to be invited to moderate your first session with this outstanding participation that we see today. So thank you all for your interest and for committing the time for this very important discussion. I'd like to simply say that I come from both private sector philanthropy as well as the UN system, senior advisor at the UN Resident Coordinator's Office, where I run a unique SDG partnership platform that we've co-created in Kenya, and that has been convening, connecting, and catalyzing SDG partnerships, financing, and investments with very significant strategic partners, including the Joint SDG Fund, DESA, many other global partners. So thank you so much. We have a really exciting set of panelists today, and I'm sure you'll all enjoy listening to them, but also we have an opportunity for a Q&A. So I'll be introducing each of the panelists as they come on. But before we start with that, I'd like to invite Serena, who is going to give us a presentation, a kickoff presentation. Serena Lee is a research lead with WRI's Center for Sustainable Business, leading the development of the inaugural WRI state-of-the-art report on transformative multi-stakeholder partnerships. Prior to joining WRI, Serena conducted research with ClimateWorks Foundation and the Stanford Woods Institute for the Environment on topics including climate mitigation, food and agriculture, LULUCF, greenhouse gas emissions, uncertainty, and global commodity value chain sustainability. Serena also worked in Tanzania with the Tanzanian Horticultural Association, a USAID partner, and a leading advocate of the country's Horticultural Institute, and has a decade of experience in the private sector. She has worked in communications and consulting for Fortune 500 companies, agencies, and startups in New York and San Francisco. So Serena is from Maryland and earned her MA from Stanford University in International Policy Studies with a focus on sustainable global food and agricultural systems, and her BS in Learning and Organizational Change from Northwestern University with a minor in history. So that's a huge amount of experience, talent, and intellectual firepower before you, and delighted to hand over to Serena for your presentation. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Arif. So pleased to be a part of today's partnership exchange event. And as Arif had alluded to, my team at WRI has been researching transformative partnerships since 2018. So it's been about 4 years. And we started with the first report on key success factors of transformative partnerships. So we're really grateful for this opportunity today to share our latest research, which focuses on partnership financing, the topic of today's session. This research focuses on how partnerships can best graduate from grant funding to find self-sufficiency. And over these 4 years of partnership research, we've made 2 key observations of partnerships. So the first is that businesses really are at the heart of partnerships, especially as it pertains to driving transformative SDG change. This is because a business strategy that returns profits can help crowd in investments that can help sustain partnerships in their SDG journeys to drive impact. And then secondly, and probably not a surprise to this group, is that securing financing is the biggest hurdle that partnerships struggle to overcome. So for this report, which is co-authored by the Global Impact Investing Network and the Global Partnership Accelerator Partnership for Green Growth, or P4G, and the Global Goals, we focus on the marriage of 2 priorities for the global community, the first being SDG 17. We're all here to discuss that, partnering for the global goals. And then the second, sustainable financing, which is core to ensuring that we can fund the work to achieve the SDGs. We also did not see financing research through a partnership lens, which is also why we at WRI decided to pursue this stream of research. So the partnerships in our research are those with transformative ambitions. They're entities working to transform market systems through innovative profit-generating business models, and usually in places of the world and with people who need it the most. In our research, we studied 66 commercially driven partnerships. They were sourced from 9 partnership acceleration and incubation platforms like P4G to understand more about their financing journey, alongside innovative financing approaches that could help them overcome their challenges. So here on the next slide, you'll see a snapshot of all the funding sources for our pool of partnerships that we study for the research, where each dot represents a funding source and amount or ticket size per funding round. So there are 2 key things to highlight here. So first, the majority of the funding is coming from grant funding, which is the orange dots, where the funding amount for each round is less than $2 million. And then second, the funding really drops off around the $2 to $3 million funding amount. So in fact, less than 10% of the partnerships that we studied received a funding round of over 5 million. So on the next slide, this next graph, it demonstrates where typical funders a partnership might work with come in according to the partnership funding stage. Yeah, I think it's the next slide. Yes, perfect. So in stage 1, which is typical of a startup or early growth phase, similar to the last graph that we saw, we see heavier grant involvement by philanthropies and governments. But this grant funding dries up in stage 2, which is what we're deeming the missing middle, what's called the missing middle, because as a partnership is viewed as too commercial or large, it struggles to get additional funding. So in stage 2, in the missing middle, partnerships would ideally seek to find funding from DFIs and public and private impact investors, but these entities are looking for low risk and high return, and often want to come in after a business model has been proven and at higher ticket sizes or funding amounts. So partnerships are basically, they're left in the lurch. It's of course possible for philanthropies and governments coming from stage 1 and impact investors coming from stages 3 and 4 to meet the partnerships in stage 2, which is the missing middle. But this is a challenge. What we saw from our research is that these funders are inadvertently prioritizing other matters over impact, which kind of prevents them from meeting the partnerships in stage 2. So what does this mean? Perhaps a government could participate in blended finance, but bureaucratically, it's only set up to give money away and not act as like a first loss guarantor, for instance. Or maybe a DFI is stuck in the mentality of only funding low risk programs that's overlooking these early stage ventures and partnerships, which may be higher risk, but they may offer the same high returns as well as the impact that the DFI is seeking, but the partnership just doesn't get a chance. So to help both funders and partnerships around this, we have 4 recommendations, which you'll see in our report as well. We can read more details there. So for funders, these are actionable steps to rethink how they approach funding. And for partnerships, we suggest how they can make themselves attractive for returnable investment. These practical steps can help both stakeholders bridge the missing middle and drive SDG impact. So I'll go through the 4 just at the top level, but again, you'll see more detail as well in our report. So the first recommendation is that grant funders and investors should adopt approaches to financing that stretch beyond their comfort level. And by this, we mean more catalytic capital. This is not a new call by any means, but it's an important one, right? So what is catalytic capital? It is patient, flexible, and risk-tolerant capital that helps partnerships bridge the missing middle and scale new and innovative concepts. So for example, it could be a first loss guarantee, which I had mentioned earlier. This is essentially when a third party absorbs a loss if a partnership fails to generate sufficient revenue to cover loan payments. This leaves other investors protected. It's a non-traditional way for government donors, for instance, to provide financing, but it can be incredibly helpful for partnerships to attract financing. And we in the report also have 6 in-depth case studies. And one of our partnerships that we mentioned in the case studies was able to work with the government in this way and have the government act as a first loss guarantor. So you can read more about these different innovative financing tools as well that various stakeholders are pursuing in chapter 3 of our report, which also just goes through various different financing approaches. Our second recommendation is that funders and investors should be more open in how they make investment decisions and be more flexible with their funding requirements. So in their early stages, it's a priority for commercially driven partnerships to focus on developing their business case and their proof of concept. But in our research, we heard that they can often be distracted trying to fulfill the many requirements that grant funders and investors may demand, whether it be constant reporting or various investment criteria, things like that. Not to say that these are not important, but we do recommend that grant funders and investors adopt leaner requirements so that partnerships can have greater freedom and time to achieve proof of concept. So for example, funders may want to collaborate with other funders to align on reporting metrics and processes. We have not yet seen this, but perhaps a common application or something along those lines will certainly help partnerships to focus on what grant funders and investors really care about, which is developing a strong proof of concept and demonstrating that they're on their way to commerciality. Our third recommendation is that funders and investors should improve their transparency and accountability on their financing commitments and impact performance, which directly relates to the strength of their impact measurement and management processes. So partnerships reported a few challenges in this area. For instance, a lack of alignment on performance metrics with the SDGs, and a lack of alignment with other funders. So to overcome this, funders can align on common impact measurement and management tools and frameworks. Our co-author, the GIM, the Global Impact Investment Network, they recently surveyed impact investors on various investment practices and found that almost 90% are focusing on a handful of generally accepted frameworks and tools to measure and manage their impact manage their impact performance. So it's not a big leap that funders at large can collectively adopt accepted IMM systems. And you can read more about key IMM frameworks and tools in our report. And also we have a specific blog as well that we have written about it. So our fourth and final recommendation area focuses on what partnerships themselves can do. So the onus isn't just on the investors. We found that partnerships that had secured investment were particularly skilled at the three actions listed here. So one, securing one or two anchor funders who can provide sustained funding and give the partnership a longer runway for critical activities like business plan development and testing or proving their model. The second, working with an acceleration platform. And the third, and building from the key success factors that we described in our first report, excuse me, developing a strong business plan and building a strong team with good systems understanding. So what's in it for funders and partnerships if they follow these recommendations? Well, by providing funding that's more accessible to early stage partnerships, funders will see more initiatives in their pipelines that provide not just financial returns, but that are also innovative and drive SDG impact. So we've already seen that in taking some of the actions we recommend, funders have been able to access very strong partnerships that may typically be overlooked in traditional funding models. And as I mentioned before, in our report, we highlight 6 case studies of such partnerships. And I certainly encourage everyone to take a peek to learn a little bit more. So with that, I wanted to close and thank you again for the opportunity to share this important research on partnership financing. We're really hopeful that, through some of our recommendations and findings, we can help both funders and partnerships cross the missing middle and be able to continue to sustain the great work that a lot of these transformative partnerships are engaged in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Serena, this is really interesting, very interesting research and data, and really touches on, I think, some of the issues that all of us have been confronting and thinking about. We look forward to hearing more details about the report. And for the audience, just to let you know, we have a Q&A session at the end of the panel presentations, where you will be able to ask for more clarifications and the like. Without further ado, I'd like to move on to the panel discussion. We've gone ahead with 3 guiding questions, which are fairly broad, that give panelists the latitude to describe their own perspectives and their own challenges and insights and illustrations around this transition from SDG funding to financing and about filling the gaps. And so, very much looking forward to this really exciting panel in briefing us on their perspectives, and then allowing you all to please record or make a note of your questions, and feel free to put those up on the Q&A. So for starters, I'd like to invite Mr. Lee Karuri to be our first panelist. Before I introduce him, I just wanted you to hear the guiding questions. The first one is, what in your experience are the key barriers and opportunities for partnerships to access financing? I think this came up in Lotta's opening, and this also came up in the keynote as well as Serena's presentation. What are the key barriers and opportunities for partnerships to access financing? The second one is, what are some of the promising innovative approaches to funding and financing partnerships? What are these innovative approaches? And thirdly, what are your insights and learnings on building successful and sustained multi-stakeholder collaborations to unlock financing for the SDGs? successful and sustained multi-stakeholder collaborations to unlock financing for the SDGs. So these are kind of framing questions for all of our panelists, and we look forward to hearing from them. Our first panelist that I'd like to warmly welcome is Mr. Lee Karuri from Kenya. Mr. Lee Karuri is a trustee of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance Foundation, previously been the chairman of the alliance, and he's currently the chairman of the Finance, Trade and Investment Network of Kenya, FinTriNet, and very well known in the financial ecosystem in Kenya, a veteran in private sector engagements as well with multi-stakeholder partners. So delighted to invite you, Mr. Karuri, and please, we'll give you 5 minutes to give us your perspective of these 3 questions. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you, Arif, and the distinguished colleagues attending this very important meeting on partnership exchange. Here in Kenya, we are very, very keen on this discussion and conversation. And I would like to give some of the perspectives that we are already experiencing and we see here. First of all, on the first question on barriers to access financing, some of the challenges that we are experiencing in Kenya and also the rest of Africa is the whole area about collateral. And when we come into business, we must find suitable collateral to guarantee financing or access to finance. And that has been one of the challenges that we have experienced. And we are looking towards the opportunity of guarantee funding, where we have got systems of providing guarantees to access finance without having to provide so much collateral. The second area that we have seen in terms of accessing financing, because financing is both, we have got both the debt and equity access to finance. And one of the barriers that we have seen in this whole area is the interest rate and also the expected level of return due to the impact of COVID-19. Sometimes some of the expected return has not been met, which has discouraged financing, but now we are looking forward. In Kenya, we have seen that COVID is behind us. The elections were successful, they are behind us. And we see an opportunity for now very predictable returns for investment and finance and successful businesses. On the second question of innovative approaches to funding through partnerships, we have seen that we have emerging opportunities that we have promoted here in Kenya. One of them is access to pension funds. We have got lots of funds that have been available over time, but not fully accessed through pension schemes. That is one of them. The other one is a cooperative movement in Kenya. In Kenya, we have got what we call a cooperative movement. When people come together, they save together, and lots of funds have been put together through the cooperative movement. And that is a big innovation that we have, where you have group savings schemes and access to those funding. And now for the international access to finance, we have seen that there's a lot of interest over the last 5 years or so in Kenya, access to business opportunities to bring in equity financing. So we have got a very growing good set of businesses in Kenya, where foreign financiers from private equity and other sources are finding credible businesses to invest in Kenya. And that is a big opportunity for that. And then on the last question on multi-stakeholder collaboration, we have seen that the approach of PPP, that is public-private partnerships, in terms of financing is one of the attractions that we have now in Kenya, where we have got financing directed to development programs for both private and public sector, where the private and public sector collaborate towards financing programs and projects that are sustainable. And that is what we call PPP. And that is becoming a very attractive multi-stakeholder collaboration avenue for attracting financing, both debt and equity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kururi, and thank you for being very concise and in fact being under your 5 minutes. So really appreciate those insights from Kenya and delighted to have you with us. Please stay on for the Q&A discussion thereafter. I'm humbled, privileged, delighted to invite our next speaker, somebody we work with very closely on innovative financing instruments. Lisa Kubiel is the head of secretariat of the Joint SDG Fund. Lisa, delighted to have you, and I'm going to hand over to you right away. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, colleagues. Delighted to be here on behalf of the United Nations Joint SDG Fund. The first question, the key barrier, I think Serena did a great job. The research that WRI has done about this not only missing middle, but also these ships almost passing in the night. How do we in the impact space, how do we who want to finance the SDGs catch on to these huge tankers of opportunity, right? The huge ships that are going by when sometimes our little projects feel like they're drifting in a raft and the big ships of funding are going by. So I think to me, that's the main challenge we see as the opportunity to the second question. What is promising is the Joint SDG Fund being created by the General Assembly back in 2018 to echo ASG Naveed Hanif at the beginning, to be bold, right? So the General Assembly knew that a catalyst was needed, a catalyst to blend public and private money. And that's what the Joint SDG Fund is. We're actually an impact investing fund inside the UN using public money to catalyze and sort of to create capital markets where they don't yet exist. So we're trying to bring Wall Street, Silicon Valley, private equity, pension funds, all that Lee Kururi also mentioned, together with projects that governments have blessed and endorsed, and with UN First Loss. So we actually are a first loss investor. We have skin in the game. We come to the table to try to ensure that a coral reef project for ocean-facing communities in Fiji or a clean energy transition project in North Macedonia can actually reach the tipping point and become an example to be replicated. I think the insights we're learning, of course, is how to go to scale. And I'll give you two examples. In Uruguay, the government was really keen to decarbonize its transport and its industry sectors. And they wanted to launch a renewable energy innovation fund so that they themselves could lead investments in more green energy projects, in emerging technologies, in solar buses, in electric scooters, right? Innovation, energy storage, all these ways to allow Uruguay to really advance its second energy transition. The UN came in as the first loss investor in that renewable energy innovation fund. And by doing so, concessional capital could come in from the national fund, but then guarantees, investment subsidies, tax incentives could also be structured around it. And then, of course, we're trying to and are succeeding in bringing in the development finance actors and the local banking sector. That's an example of working together. Now, the challenge with that is that even that whole project doesn't go beyond 100 million. So when you're actually talking to private equity and to asset managers, 100 million isn't big enough. So the next step and the next opportunity is the bundling of these. And if we look at the strength of the UN and all of the partners on the line today, when we actually start to bundle together 6, 7, 8, 9 of these $100 million successes, we are now at the $1 billion mark. And now we can meet the due diligence requirements and activate the lawyers inside the banking teams to release even more financing. That's the road we're on. We're being very bold. We are realizing that we're halfway to the SDGs, halfway to the target of 2030, and we mustn't slow down. Far from it, we must accelerate. So I really encourage any partners on the line at country level, at more capital or headquarters levels, to please reach out to us. We'd really love to expand the circle that we're working with, and we're really thrilled to be here throughout the ECOSOC week and all the activities. So thank you so much, Arif, back to you.
Thank you, Lisa. That was a really inspiring content for a very short, window of presentation. So well done. I'm sure there'll be a lot of interesting discussions on this after. I'm delighted to invite our next speaker, who is Marianne Warnicki, who is the co-founder and managing director of Awunja Mobile. Marianne, welcome, Karibuni, nice to see you, and over to you.
Thank you very much, and hello, everybody. This is an exceptionally important conversation. And today I am a founder of an organization after a 25-year career in banking and payments with Standard Chartered and then with Visa Inc. Out in San Francisco. And so I'm on the other side that's now trying to be innovative to provide services and encouraging the youth to actually engage using digital to generate reliable income. Now, I'm going to talk about not necessarily about the funding pots, but some of the questions people were putting up in the beginning with regard to the barriers, and the barriers being human barriers sometimes. And so one of the roles I play is as a trustee of the Partnership Initiative. The Partnership Initiative is out of Oxford in the UK and has been working on catalyzing effective partnerships across multi-stakeholder partners for 20 years. And it thinks about partnership at different levels. So you've got the individual and whether that individual is fit for partnering and ready with a mindset that is open and is ready to share power with others as they proceed. And then there is the organization and the competency that the organization needs to have to be ready to actually execute on the partnerships. Is the leadership actually focused on the partnership? Are they asking the right questions to see whether it is progressing? Or is it a beautiful handshake at a launch? And see whether the engagement is fruitful. And then there's about the fit for partnering when it comes to different partnerships and how they come together to unlock real potential. And so when we think about opportunities across, the continent in Africa where I sit, 75% of the population is below the age of 30. And so that question of what kind of innovative financing and how does digital and the digital economy come into this, and how they are ubiquitous with mobile phones and how that can work. We've seen various models work with regard to mobile money movement and things like that. And I think where some of the gaps are is, as much as we're seeing a lot more interest in investment in venture capital coming through to the continent, we also need to unlock local investment into these enterprises that young people are creating that are unlocking tremendous amount of capital and investment, and as well as employment. So I think the whole issue of partnering not only with international foundations, I think GIN now has passed the $1 trillion mark of impact investors. I think we want to see also more local family offices getting involved, thinking about pension funds and how they get involved in unlocking innovation that is beyond the asset classes that we're used to. So if you speak with a family office or a wealthy individual across the continent, many of them will put their assets into real estate, right? But there's a whole area of very innovative people that could be invested in to create a return, and we need to unlock also local capital. That's where I would like to stop and just say, when we think about the issue of trust, I think that is something that came up very clearly as a barrier, and the issue of ego and competition. I think we need to be thinking about how do we think about trust? And, saying this person is competent to deliver what they say they'll do. They are reliable, that they will deliver it. They're doing the right thing, and there's transparency and honesty. And I think it's about coming to the table to think about whoever it is that is part of that partnership, that they're coming to this partnership with objectives that are mutually reinforcing. But that cannot be taken as a for granted. The foundations of creating those partnerships have to be explored. Objectives have to be made clear. The issue of power and equity and balance How do we ensure that people understand that there's mutual benefit through the engagement, and therefore have these conversations and negotiations at the beginning of the engagement to reduce conflict. So I'd like to stop there. Thank you.
Super. Thank you very much, Marianne. Really appreciate your presentation and look forward to you being around for the Q&A as well. I'm sure this has stirred a lot of interest. Our next speaker is Mr. Julio Warman, who is a program analyst, Global Engagement, Partnerships and Resource Mobilization Division, closer to home in the UN system at the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD. Welcome, Julio. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Many thanks, Arif. Thanks for the invitation. I'm also delighted to be part of the group today on behalf of IFAD. So IFAD is both specialized agents of the UN system, but also IFI, International Financial Institution, that was established to mobilize resources for agriculture and rural development. So IFAD is the only IFI with a specific mandate to eradicate poverty and hunger by investing in rural people, empowering them to increase food security, improve nutrition, and strengthen resilience. Our core resources are provided by member states through a replenishment system or through replenishment cycles. IFAD has 177 member states that pool their resources together. And despite the ongoing crisis, fiscal pressure, and many other challenges that we are facing nowadays, more than 100 member states of IFAD managed to contribute to the latest replenishment cycle. So I would say that IFAD plays an important role as an assembler of development financing. But okay, I talked about core contributions, but IFAD is also paying more attention to supplementary funds to tackle specific issues and opportunities, and such as climate remittances, private sector, and the COVID crisis. So maybe my key message today, and trying to answer some of the questions that you posed to us, is that we need to avoid the cost of not collaborating. So duplicate or compete for resources is not conducive. And I think we saw these issues raised at the beginning of the session today. So I think it doesn't matter, financial institutions, intergovernmental organizations, foundations, development agencies, think tanks need to better coordinate its policies and strategies. And I know that I have a very short amount of time, but maybe I would like to share one or two examples of promising, innovative programs, platforms, and facilities supported by IFAD. Maybe the first one is the Donor Global Platform for Rural Development. It's a network of more than 40 influential donors that collectively they lobby for investments on food systems. So the platform helps to keep issues related to food security and rural development very high on the political and development agenda. Another interesting example, and this one is focused on climate, is the Adaptation for Smallholder Agriculture Program, ASAP. ASAP, it's a 100% climate financing mechanism and one of the largest funds channeling climate financing to smallholders. And again, this program pools funding from different partners such as Australia, Ireland, Denmark, Germany, and many others. Another interesting example is the Public Development Bank platform that was recently established back in 2021 and is convened by IFAD. The platform aims to accelerate green investments in agriculture and foster the financing of sustainable food system. We know that investments in agriculture accounts for a big chunk of the financing of international financial institutions and public development banks. So the platform can have a huge impact on the life of the rural populations by promoting the uptake of greener agricultural practices that can help small scale farmers to adapt to climate change and earn better incomes. IFAD also supports a private sector financing program. Another facility that is called the Rural Poor Stimulus Facility in response to the COVID-19 crisis. This was a program that was established at the beginning of the pandemic, and we managed to disburse all the funds in last year, 2022, with partners, with the support and funding from different partners. Another one, and I don't think I will have enough time, is another facility that is looking on remittances. The same, let's say the same approach, trying to bring together different partners to mobilize funds for a specific issue, in this case, remittances. So maybe my final message is that we need more formal and informal platforms and spaces to convene and discuss about our investments. We need to strengthen coordination as it is shared, and also together with coordination, we need to intensify knowledge sharing, and try to together identify possible emerging issues. In the case of IFAD, we do believe that we need to include the voices of the small-scale farmers, youth, indigenous people, civil society when we discuss our investments and when we discuss development. We need to empower the excluded. Because we believe that their perspectives and experiences must inform the solutions and actions we take. Thanks, Arif. Back to you.
Great, thank you very much, Julio, and truly appreciate the work that IFAD does globally. We have some really interesting partnerships that are happening currently. So our last panelist, last but not the least, is Aba Thorat Shah. Delighted to have you. Aba is the Executive Director, Social Finance at the British Asian Trust. Welcome, Aba, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Arif. Hopefully, last but not the least, very, very good to be on this panel. I'm here because we actually lead and run two of India's largest impact bonds, the first one in skills and first one in education, both of which I'm going to add links in the chat function. And when you actually implement these things, I thought maybe I'll come to it from a perspective of not barriers, but opportunities. And I hope those links work. If they don't, I'll add them in a minute, Arif. Firstly, it works. In our education impact bond that we've just closed, the learning outcomes for children were 2.5 times better than their counterpart schools. So the first thing we've been able to show at $11 million transaction size, that this approach of innovative finance or outcome-based financing using private sector capital to leverage grant funding does work. And that shows that actually when you do bring a partnership like this together, the end impact is better achievement of SDG, quicker achievement of SDG. COVID hit that program, Arif, and despite that, we continued going and the learning outcomes continue to increase through that project period. So really deep learnings and evidence which we are willing to take out. Going back to Serena's missing middle, I can't vouch for it more. From going from sort of $11 million to our next fund, which is aligned with Government of India's education policy, which is a $25 million fund, it's almost more difficult to do that because some of the early energy and the early investors and funders who are there in those days do not exist in this missing middle. So Serena is very right to point out the barrier to scale. In skills, it is a very different question. The Government of India's National Skills Development Corporation came on board as an investor, and we have this incredible story of how we put gender at the heart of that project and the impact that is having within the NSDC, not just on that $15 million impact bond that we run, but on the $1 billion scheme that the Government of India runs in skills. So not just do these partnerships have the ability to do and create change within their unit, but they also have incremental change wider. I'm happy to answer practical questions of what it takes, mobilize, run, raise funding, do the legals, all of that kind of stuff. But a bit of a practitioner experience here for you, Arif, for your panel.
Super. Thank you so much, Abba. I'm delighted to hear that, particularly given that in Kenya, we're through the SDG platform and with the Joint SDG Fund, building the world's first development impact bond for adolescent sexual reproductive health, hoping to hit a target of $18 million as well. So I think there's a lot of learning from you that should help us in terms of tips and traps. So colleagues and distinguished guests, audience, I think you've heard a really powerful set of speakers here. I'd like to thank every single one of our panelists and also to thank Serena for her excellent presentation. We have now an opportunity of about 30 minutes to have an open interactive question and answer session. And this is by design, not by default. We wanted to make this as interactive as possible. I see we have, over 189 participants online. So certainly there's, I think, going to be some really interesting discussions and questions or comments or suggestions. So I'm going to invite Jordan and Tom to kindly run us through the questions sequentially. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Arif. Shall I begin?
Yes, please go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, so I think we have a number of questions perhaps to kick off with, which are starting with kind of broader topics, one might say, to get the panel to start thinking or informing us a little bit more about, how to turn, for example, somebody asks, how to turn words into actions, and how to move from answering, the big questions that we have. So we've heard a lot, I think, about the organizations and the approaches and the innovative financing and other ways that our panelists are working. I think we'd like to hear more about really how to move from words to actions, practical examples. And another very broad question, what is the main issues with the SDGs, which I take to mean what are the really big sticky points in financing SDGs for the panel's experience? So perhaps we could start with those two.
So the floor is open, panelists. Feel free to jump in on the question. Abba, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, I can go for the words to actions.
And I'll ask all panelists to feel free to switch on your videos as well. So it'll be great to see the interactions. But over to you, Abba.
Sure. Tom and Arif, I'll pick up the words to actions point. I think for us, the action starts with the SDG and the challenge. So if India is meeting its skilling commitment, why is it not meeting its skilling commitment for women? And would innovative finance or leveraging other forms of capital enable it to meet it? You start with the problem, you find the right partners. Government of India runs the scheme, so you work with them, and then you look at what kind of capital has to come together. It does require a bit of brokering, convening, and putting the right people in the room, but the starting point for action for us is the problem, and that always starts with the SDGs in India for us. And then we bring the right people together, convene the partnership. The difficult stage comes, Arif, when it turns into the legal negotiations and the contracting. But even within that, we have good precedents now and learning globally, which we can all borrow from each other and don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's been done a few times. There are over 180 odd contracts of this size, and there are more coming. So I think there is a bit of cross-learning that's required. But start with the SDG, find the right partners, make words into action, and then raise it. There's no reason why it can't happen. It does happen.
That's super. Thank you so much, Abba. We see the energy coming through, don't we, Tom? So I think we'll keep it open and see if any other panelists would like to jump in on this part of the question. Yes,
okay.
Please.
Thank you, Arif, and the distinguished colleagues. On the issue of the words into action, I would like to say that here in Kenya, we did pick that as a gap, and that's why we formed what we now have called the Finance Trade and Investment Network. And the whole idea is to be able to bring a platform to fast track participation in financing. And we have seen that the platform that we have created in Kenya is bringing together all the players within this sector for purposes of encouraging collaborations and partnerships in financing. So if we can encourage initiatives that bring about the various players, encourage them, and also facilitate their participation, help them to solve barriers, and enable them move forward with their investment. That would be great. And that is what we are doing in Fintranet. On the area of financing SDGs and the opportunities and the challenges, what we have seen is that for us to be able to realize the SDGs, then is more and more important is to focus on social impact investment. For a long time, investment has been purely for economic return. But now with the social impact investments, where you have both economic and social return, then it's able to answer and satisfy a lot of the SDGs. So we are encouraging and seeing a lot of opportunities in the whole area of social impact investment. We'll be able to realize the SDGs better. And lastly, is in terms for us to realize SDGs, and here in Kenya, looking at our situation, our main focus and the main population is around the youth, the women, micro, small and medium enterprises. So private equity investments that target and unlock opportunities around youth, women, micro and small enterprises are most likely going to answer a lot of the SDG expectations in this country, and I believe in most of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Tom, perhaps you might want to repeat the other part of the question that is still left open. Would you like to do that?
Yeah, so Lee touched on it. I think somebody just wanted to ask a very good question. What are the real challenges for the SDGs in terms of financing, and where are the sticking points? I took that to mean, where do people really need to focus effort because things aren't really working yet as quite as well as they could.
Right, good, thanks. So Lee's given us a really good insights. Abha kicked us off with a very practical set of recommendations. The floor is open, panelists. Lisa, would you like to jump in? Thank you. You're muted, Lisa.
Can you hear me? Okay. I
Yes,
just want to pick up on Abha's point about all of the lessons learned and the contractual space, because inevitably, when you actually get beyond the courtesy calls and you actually get into the real deal making, it does come down to the contracts. It does come down to the specificity, and often those of us perhaps in the development space are not of the same skill set as the legal teams on the private equity side, in the asset management and pension fund side. So we could often be a bit imbalanced in that regard. So I do think acknowledging that gap, not as a failure, but as an acknowledgement of what we don't know, and then really aligning with those who have gone before us, who are learning, who are watching the actual structuring of this. I mean, we aligned with Convergence Blended Finance before we even so much as put out a call for proposals for our portfolio, because we knew at least some of what we didn't know. And I think that's also a lot of learning that I'm sure Serena's report points to. You often don't know how to engage properly as a potential partner if you don't know what they're looking for. If their investment sheet that has to go up to the board doesn't match what you provide, you're going to miss each other. So I do think the more we can be open and share that on a common platform, like one like this, or follow up with each other and have a community of practice, I think could really serve us all well. And then of course, to share what did work, what did we learn? We've learned that creating projects with well-intentions inside the UN without a banker and a private equity partner at the table from the beginning is very, very almost inverse to what we need. You need to begin with that sector right beside you so that you co-create from the outset. And we've learned that, and we're doing that more and more now. Thanks, Sarif.
Thank you so much. And Lisa, I can't resist saying that you've just given us the rationale for why we brought all the financing networks in Kenya together under this umbrella of the Impact Investing Kenya, which is to be launched soon as a national institution. So it's a fruit basket of blended financiers and others coming together from banks, pensions, angel investors, equity partners, and linking with Fintrinet and a number of these networks. And the old adage that, you only get one chance to make the first impression. So let's get the packaging right. And with UNDESA, we've had this really great start to creating a TA pipeline to help a lot of these investments package their investments right before they actually put them out. And right now we see a huge lack of that kind of TA supports on the ground. So great, thank you so much. Over to you, Tom. Do you want to continue?
Question directed to Marianne. I believe it's very appropriate to the whole panel to address. The question is, you raised the issue of equity and power, especially in getting funding to the places most needed. What do you think needs to be put in place to overcome this? And there's also a question which I think is related about conflicts of interest and the kind of safeguards that we put in place when you're using funding mechanisms, I guess, involving the private sector where the interests may not always completely align with those of the other types of funders. So perhaps those two questions live together. And Marianne, if you could begin, I think, and then we can see who else would like to comment.
Indeed. And I think I'll be following on from what Lisa was talking about earlier. There's a challenge on knowledge and language. So the language of investment is very specific, very particular. And so two people could have a very similar idea, but not being able to articulate what it is in packaged way that the financier may understand. And I think that creates a huge power dynamic from a knowledge perspective. But of course, you're engaging somebody with $100 million, there is a power dynamic there. And I think those that are funders must acknowledge that they have that power. But the question is, are they listening to what is not necessarily beautifully packaged, but what is the essence of what is being delivered? But what I would say, we need a technical assistance vehicle where we're able to have accountants, bankers, and others providing support to project generators. Very, very often, good projects fall on the wayside because the individual did not have the language that was understandable to the financier. So I would say that's a critical place, and I hope that this impact investing network will have that, because many people will be declined, not because it's not a good idea, they may be onto something there, but they need help to shape it in a better way. When I also talk about power and equity, it's also relationships with regard to the funder and that being funded, but also the local individuals who may have traditional knowledge that is extremely valuable. Again, because they're not necessarily sitting at the table to present what the issues are, then their voices are not heard. We know women are highly underrepresented when it comes to investment. I would say local indigenous communities are also underrepresented. So I think there needs to be a conscious effort to go out and really engage to understand what it is that's going on there. But I think I will put the onus on those that have the power, the large funders, to be very conscious as they engage to be able to create an environment where the partnership can thrive and there can be mutual benefit.
Super, thanks so much, Marianne. Very articulate and very precise. And just to give you the good news, we have a $100,000 initial start to a TA pipeline, which is working quite well, including a $125 million IFAD program on deepening financing to smallholder farmers through a green credit line and local banks and the like. So I think this is something we can expand and crowd in some of our bilateral and multilateral partners as well. Abba, I see your hand is up. Do you want to jump in?
I think Julio was before me. Julio, do you want to go first?
Okay, great. Thank you, Julio.
Okay. Thank you. No, I think in the case of IFAD being a specialized agency of the UN, but also a financial institution having this double mandate, it helps to engage with a wider range of partners, and to facilitate the discussions, to push for some specific agendas. The IFAD's targeting strategy is very strong, so we really want to work with the poorest of the poor, lots of attention to the youth, to gender, small holders. So I think this double mandate helps a lot to play this role of assembler, right? Assembler of development financing, bringing people together around the table to discuss priorities, to ensure that some important topics are high in everybody's agenda. I mentioned a few examples like the Global Donor Platform, but we are engaging with other partners to really push and invest on specific topics such as climate and remittances. So this is a little bit how I see IFAD helping to push the financing agenda, to facilitate discussions and bring the different stakeholders together, not forgetting civil society and the ones that are really on the end of our work. Back to you, Ali.
Thanks. No, thanks so much, Julio. And also, I mean, of course, we've seen, besides being this really massive funder to the government on agriculture, you've also now branched into some private sector instruments like your ABC fund and the like. So I think those are also very interesting for people to know about. And I would recommend that colleagues look at the IFAD website. The only other agency I know and work with that works at a much smaller scale in private sector is the United Nations UNCDF, the Capital Development Fund. So have a look at that as well. And some of the smaller ticket sizes is what they would do. They also have a fund where they take equity and guarantee positions. Let me pass it back to Abba, who's patiently waiting.
And Julio, I'm going to respond to Marianne if you don't mind. Firstly, on the power dynamics, Arif, Marianne, one of the things we learned in an impact bond is that the investors represent the non-profit partners in the project. And when the investors around the tables saying, we will not be able to do this without this form of return or this kind of time period to do the outcome, you suddenly have an equalizing, which I've never seen in grant before. So the outcome funder, when they're buying the impact, and the investor, when they're representing the nonprofit partner, there's a change of dynamic and power that I haven't seen in grant. And I wanted to bring that even by putting somebody alongside the implementing organization, you can change power dynamics in ways you can't do before. And it doesn't mean that these things, big funders have the power. Big funders are buying it at a cost because private sector is allowing them to do that. That's one point. The second bit of talent, this morning I had a call from one of our nonprofit partners telling us about our evaluation and how they wanted us to change it because we had to evaluate 3 million children in the program. The equalizing force is the nonprofit partners being evaluated, but he had absolute equity within the partnership to come in and say, I want to question your evaluation. You have to create an environment where every partner feels equal to say, this works, this doesn't. That's when a good partnership works, whether financial or otherwise.
No, that's great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Abba. And we're currently going through a really interesting power dynamic where one of our investors has actually decided to switch camps and become an outcome funder rather than investor. And that's actually helping us grind the others on their terms because you're seeing a real imbalance on what kinds of ROI and IRR they're expecting. But given this partner switching to being outcome funder as the inside track on much of this negotiation. So absolutely, very interesting.
Or if you're a lucky man, doesn't often happen.
Yes, well, we'll let you know once Lisa and I sign on the dotted line. So over to you, Tom. Any further questions, please?
There's a number of questions which remind me of a comment I think that Lisa made earlier about the ships, missing each other in the night. So we have some questions around what extent, for example, a fragmentation landscape of many funds makes it harder to unlock private finance and see SDG returns. Another one around barriers to effective matching between different kinds of finance and the SDG requirements. And perhaps related, but in a slightly different area, we have some questions about joined up thinking in government, but also in other sectors of the community involved in SDG financing and the importance of making it supported by relevant policies that people might want to comment on. perhaps we
Great.
could have some points around those topics, please.
Super, thanks. So we've got sort of three strands to the question, and maybe Lisa, you can kick us off on the first one.
No, yeah, really, great question, because of, in fact, so many of us on this call, I'm sure, all chasing similar partners, all trying to do SDG investing, and yet many of these amazing colleagues on this call I've never met, certainly, and I'm supposed to be trying to reach all of you in some capacity. So lots to do. You know, what are the entry points so that we don't overlap? The one good thing that the Joint Fund has going for it is Amina Mohammed, obviously, our Deputy Secretary General, who refuses to have more funds created, at least for the UN development system. So on the small side of the UN development system, this 50 billion a year spend, which is small in the world that we're trying to talk about in the trillions, when the food system has a global summit at the General Assembly in 2021, and the outcome document of the Food System Summit says create a fund, the Deputy Secretary General says, no, put a window in the Joint SDG Fund. And I'm thrilled to say, IFAD is represented through the Rome-based agencies that are leading the work for the Joint Fund on the food systems window. That's meant to be the innovative financing instrument and the hub for member state public money to come together on food systems. And ideally, Julio with IFAD would bring all that expertise to that platform and say, well, let's do A, B, and C because we're fit for purpose, right? That kind of idea. Same on digital connectivity, right? The three transformations of the Secretary General for the SDGs are digital transformation, food systems, and clean energy transitions. Again, there's a window in the Joint SDG Fund on clean energy and again on digital connectivity. ITU and UNDP, who already have partnered to connect, who already have the amazing GIGA project with UNICEF, they're leading that for the Joint Fund. So we don't get in the way. We're just trying to be a vehicle, again, to try to bring people together and then basically, help gather the resources and then support. But I really feel often that the UN is a dinghy. I'm on a raft with very little water left. I'm on a dinghy in very choppy waters, and these huge ships are going by who all say they're doing SDG investing. Every bank I speak to, every pension fund, I mean, they have better marketing than sometimes we do, right? Because they're so committed. How do we blend with them to get that leverage and to really unlock more resources? Thanks. Back to you, Aretha.
No, that's a great point. Thank you so much, Lisa. Anyone else want to jump in on the questions that Tom raised? If you would like, feel free to ask Tom to repeat them. We have about 20 minutes left, so we can have a deeper discussion. This is excellent, and let's keep it going.
Tom, it would be good to hear the questions again, but I'd also point people to two other places apart from the brilliant UN organizations that Lisa's pointed to you, which is Convergence, and she mentioned this herself. They're a great membership-based platform for the private sector, really useful. We are members, we've benefited hugely from them. And within the University of Oxford, the Government Outcomes Lab, which does all the research, data, and evidence around this work, and has templates on just about everything from contracts to how an outcomes project comes together. Both those organizations have been very helpful for us in our journey.
Super. Thanks so much, Abba. And maybe I can just add one more, which is the Venture Philanthropy Alliances and Networks. So we've got the Asian Venture Philanthropy Network, the European Venture Philanthropy Alliance, and now we've co-created the African Venture Philanthropy Alliance. And these has been very vibrant. I think they've done about 7 billion on the DealShare platforms in 2019. And there's tons of foundations, investors, partners, all coming together there as well. So just add one more, but Convergence, certainly we work very closely with. So colleagues, does anyone else want to jump in on Tom's question? Well, I'll let him repeat it as Abba requested.
Yes. I think we can move perhaps on to the second part of the question, which is about the policy side.
Yes.
So one question we have is, how do we ensure that any recommendation is addressed in policy development? But also making the point that when we have good outcomes, great, outcomes, they should be celebrated. So the second part of the question is very much about the policy side, perhaps linking to a sort of joined up approach in government and UN systems, so that there's a more coherence in the overall approach to financing SDGs.
I think that's a great question. And as panelists think about coming forward, I just like to say that oftentimes these things work on the principle of enlightened self-interest. And as emerging middle-income countries, particularly in Africa, are proclaiming all kinds of targets for 2030, we're also finding that they're at the red alert level on debt service. So oftentimes there isn't much gas in the tank for all these aspirations. And very overtly, their policies talk about unlocking private capital. So there's this great incentive to shift your policy in order to attract that private capital that will actually make sure you don't get egg on your face at the end of your term. So I find that, you know, if one can very cleverly create that sort of win-win situation with policymakers, they tend to be quite flexible, because essentially you're helping them meet their own performance targets. But you know, let me open it up and see who would like to address this question of policy. Julio, your hand is up, so please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. No, I think on moving from policy to action, before we were also talking about from words to action, moving from policy to action. In the case of IFA, like through its member states, so we convene, like we have more than 170 member states that get together and discuss priorities. And through the replenishment cycle, they have the opportunity to invest on these priorities, you know, on their policies on rural development. They understand, they prioritize, and then they get together, they pool resources that can be invested on these policies. So not only IFAD provides the space for the discussions through the replenishment cycle to raise important issues, to discuss about the current context, the challenges, the war, the crisis. And later on, we will have like the resources from the core budget to invest on these policies. Also, and we understand that this is not enough. So of course, we partner with a bunch of different stakeholders to further capture resources for specific issues. And again, I think we all talk a lot about climate financing. We do have this fund with contributions from different stakeholder states, foundations, and we understand that this is only possible because IFAD is promoting these discussions, is assembling these funds that can be invested on critical issues that, okay, we do have resources from our core resources that are complemented by public investments. Each and every IFAD investment has co-financing from the governments, and this helps to empower the governments and to invest on key policies, in our cases, policies related to rural development.
Thank you very much, Julio. That's very useful. Let me see if Lee, do you want to jump in?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you for this matter on policy. Also here in Kenya is an important question. For a long time, we introduced through our government a policy for purposes of securing private finance for public infrastructure. And we have had a lot of public infrastructure that requires a lot of funding. But our investors, mainly private capital, found it very difficult to participate because the policy environment around the investment was not easy. It was cumbersome. And over the last 3 years, we had to go through a policy review in order to create new regulations that enable the participation of investors for public infrastructure projects. That has happened. And in the last, say, 2 years, we have seen a lot of private equity money consortiums coming together to be part of a public-private partnership projects. Some of our concessions that some are medium-term, others are long-term. And a policy review that was undertaken by our government has become very facilitative. So we see that anywhere where policies prevent participation of private equity need to be reviewed. So Kenya, we are moving forward with that. And lastly, is we are also seeking policy right now to make it friendly and in fact get incentives for social impact investment, because social impact investment mostly sometimes you may have a little bit of subdued economic return as you pursue social return. And sometimes investors feel like they are losing too much when they are within the social investment framework. But now with incentives from government, it becomes attractive. So that's another policy area that we are pursuing so that we can mainstream social impact investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lee. And I should also mention that under the UN's laser focus on leaving no one behind, we have certain areas and populations that we are looking to sort of be a magnet to influence private capital to go to, which is oftentimes easier said than done. So you need to be looking at leveraging de-risking instruments, guarantee schemes, and the like. And we're seeing a lot of bilaterals and multilaterals stepping up with many of their tools around that as well. And also showcasing some of these PPP opportunities. We've had a great collaboration with Ola and team at UNDESA at the SDG investment fairs, where we've jointly collaborated with government and pitched about a dozen investment opportunities, including geothermal energy, green energy, rural livelihoods, and the like. So I think a lot of that oftentimes doesn't get to the global investors, and you really need these intermediary networks to put the word out. Over to you, Tom. Any further questions? I don't see any hands up, so maybe we can continue. We've got a few more minutes to go before we wrap up.
So switching gear a little bit, or quite a lot, in fact, but to a very important topic, which is around measuring impact, make sure that our finance actually has impact. So somebody's asking, what is the actual metrics that have been used to track the funding for the SDGs? And to what extent has partnership measured that impact themselves? I think that's a very interesting question, both in terms of how we understand how we have impact, but also the contribution that our partnership way of working makes to that is also difficult, but really important to understand. So somebody can help us to answer that.
I can come in just quickly, Arif, if you'll allow me. The OECD has crafted impact standards that were launched in Paris last fall. And so that's one space where at least you have member states and partners trying to agree upon the transparency, the accountability, many of the issues that Serena highlighted in her deck that our investor partners are looking to. They also want to make sure that if they're going to take a chance on an impact investment with someone, for example, like the UN, that they get the right impact standards that match what they've been told by 3 or 4 other partners that have promised them also good visibility and all the benefits of what they're doing by taking on, quote unquote, this risk. So I do think UNDP has been working significantly on the same, kind of back to this idea of the seal, which is what the Global Compact gave us 20 some years ago, right? Are we upgrading that seal? And I know they've been working on private equity standards. I do think the more we can all start to show which standards we're using, it may help to socialize them and then eventually choose probably the top 2 or 3 that are most useful to all of us. But I think critical question. Otherwise, there's a risk that we're really not having the impact that we claim we are. We can be undermined, and then all of this great work doesn't go further, right? It slows us down. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thanks so much, Lisa. And if I might just add a little pitch for UN Info. So we have a UN Info system across the UN globally, where all of you can go onto any UN country website and actually look at who is funding what, where on a GIS map, which SDG it's hitting, what particular targets, etc. So I think that will give you also a much better sense of what the UN is doing in terms of SDG partnerships. And in a crowded field like Kenya, where you have dozens of agencies, funds, programs, 2 global head offices, that's the kind of map that's very useful to really understand what's going on and where the potential interactions and synergy can be avoid these sort of silos between the activities that NGOs and others might be doing in the same place that UN agencies are working. Abha, over to you.
I'll offer two perspectives, Arif. From an India perspective, country level standards in sectors are very critical. So in education, learning outcomes need to be met by gold standard of education funders in the country. And we have to work to that, and same with skills. So one sort of hand up for that. I'll also take the conversation to a slightly different place, Arif, which is about how you run your evaluation. Now, what I understand from evaluators is they're used to coming in after a program is finished. When you put them in the heart of a conversation and their evaluation unlocks financial return to an investor and financial payment back, the evaluator has to be very fast, very efficient, and very timely in a way they may not have to do at an end of program evaluation. And in that, we've had our biggest learning, Arif, that you have to put evaluators at the heart. You've got to get them to become more efficient in the way they think about it. You know, if you have to call up 8,000 young women to see whether they're in a job, you've got to think about what the text that they're doing in that call to make sure our independent evaluation works. So actually where we've learned is not that the standards don't exist. It's that the lack of trust in that standards between the investor, the government, and the funders is what the problem is. And then the evaluators are not used to working with impact investors like this. That sets up its own set of things where evaluators have to change their own behaviors to work with us. And of course, see the merit that they bring to the conversation. So slightly different answer to your question, but hopefully add some texture to it.
Thank you. No, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. And I think Julio is happy to add to that.
Yeah, maybe I will not focus on the specific metrics, that can be used, but one important point that we need to pay attention. I think Serena shared at her presentation some interesting numbers, that maybe more than 50% of the investments are under $2 million. So this, this fragmentation and the scale of the investment makes it complicated to measure our impact. So I think this is something for us to pay attention and to try to change. In the case of IFAD, I see this as an added value. Our investments, we always look for co-financing. So the final envelope is quite robust. And we are able then to invest on monitoring evaluation that has a cost, to have a baseline, to continue monitoring, to assess the impact at the end, or maybe a few years after the investment. So if this investment is too small, and I'm not saying that 2 million is a small investment, but it makes difficult perhaps to understand the impact of such investment.
Thank you so much, Julio. And in the interest of time, we're almost at the end of our really exciting session. And I think from what I can gather, there's a lot of passion, a lot of interest, a lot of experience, a lot of expertise on the table. I think we could have gone on for a few more hours, frankly, with this really exciting subject. So thank you so much. And what I'd like to do now is to invite colleagues, panelists, to do a 1 minute kind of last comment. What is that 1 minute soundbite you'd like to leave with us and the audience before we wrap up and close this session? And I'd also like to request you and Desa to think about how we might circulate some of the other questions around in a process that allows the panel to maybe also feedback and find a way for you and Desa to disseminate answers to the rest of your questions. So for those audience members who didn't get their questions up on air, there is an opportunity to create a process for, and I'm sure there'll be great questions and great answers for all of us to learn from. So without further ado, I'd like to sort of ask panelists to give us their closing comments. Let me start with Lisa, if I might, and then we'll move on.
Sure. No, I think if we could ask each attendee and panelist today to send at least one email to someone today that they met, or make one connection, just one. Look, there's over 200 of us on this call. There must be a way that we could spearhead something out of this call. This idea, rhetoric to reality really does rely on a groundswell of people who don't give up and who say, I can be a part of the change, not alone, not by ring fencing, but by sharing what I know and who I know, because each of us must know someone critical and important to this conversation. And I think the more we see the power of together, the more we can crack this challenge together. Thanks.
That's a brilliant idea. And really what you're doing is creating a movement. And we can request DESA to help be the sort of portal or the interlocutor for us to receive all of this and then see how we might shape this up on some kind of a shared facility. Super. Thanks so much, Lisa. I love the instinct. Maybe I'll move on to Marianne.
Great, thank you. Just following up from what Lisa is saying, I'd like to see further democratization of knowledge around the SDGs and the language of impact. It's something that I've been doing maybe for the last 20 plus years. It's becoming more mainstreamed, but it's still quite niche. And having been in the bank, it was still a niche department that knew what they were talking about. Now, if we have more people understanding what impact looks like, how it can be achieved, how they can use their skills and the resources and the budgets they have to make this happen, the individuals in the financing side also want to see a positive outcome. Not everybody is looking for only one line. There's the triple bottom line that many people also want to see. I think knowledge is what we need to democratize, right? Amongst people in the financing area and sector. The other thing I'd like to say when it comes to evaluation, if you look at carbon credits or measurement and assessment, it's a technical skill, but it's not being taught, for example, at the universities. So we're teaching things that are not going to be relevant when people come out of school. Are we teaching what's important at the local level? So even finding assessors for projects locally is a challenge. So I say democratize knowledge and bring it local, and don't have preconceived notions as to who is committed to outcome.
Super, that's wonderful. Thank you so much, Marianne. I really fully endorse that. And we're delighted that some universities have already picked up some of the examples that we're doing on the SDG platform, turning those into case studies for their students, with university and the like. And with Lisa, we co-hosted Africa Investment Mobilization Summit last May with 200 investors, funders coming together in Africa, but also global. And we're going to have this as an annual series now, Lisa. So, the next one about mid-year, I think we'll make sure this entire network is also plugged into being invited for these kinds of forums. So these are real practical examples, and you also showcase some of those success stories that Abba and Lisa and others have been through. Let me invite Abba.
Thank you, Arif, and what a pleasure this has been. It's nice to talk outside the usual circles that I've been part of, so I've really enjoyed this. I have one message for the audience and for the panelists, which is to leverage your assets. So I represent a diaspora-based organization, the Diaspora Fund, as the South Asian diaspora, Indians, Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, many of them Kenyan, of course, Arif, as you'd appreciate as well. But the thing which I didn't know is the assets they had. When I needed to sort the currency challenges of my transaction, I found 6 members of my community had currency conversion businesses. And I could go to them and have this brilliant conversation on puts and buys and swaps, which I'd never had before. And many of them were lawyers and accountants and willing to give their time and talent. So as an unusual organization, if you play on your assets, if you leverage your strengths, whether it's monitoring and evaluation, whether it is the UN strength and power, or whether small us with our diaspora talent in things like currency swaps, or any of the other lawyers and accountants we have, everyone has some asset you can leverage, every single organization. If you're a grassroots organization, it's your technical talent in that space. If you're an intermediary, we have a different kind of organizational strength. We should leverage it for that partnership to work better.
That's brilliant. Super. Thanks so much, Abba. I fully subscribe to that. And we've kind of been advocating also to NGOs who, can barely hire an accountant in a small office where the church has given them maybe 2 acres of land to say, look, build this 10-story building, do a build operate transfer, get a private sector investor, take the commercial risk. You're good for the next 90 years to fund your foundation. So, there's such creative ideas here that oftentimes we need to see that the glass is half full. Let me move on to Lee Karuri.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. We would like to see the private finance and equity become a major option to government funding, because we have seen that governments are facing, and even in Kenya here, facing challenges with raising enough funds for development. And we can position private equity, private finance, and of course, blended finance as a very much bigger opportunity to participate in development. And therefore, there is scope of this through partnerships, collaborations, and networking. And secondly, is the issue of technical assistance. We have a lot of opportunities that do not see the light of day, yet they are excellent because we have not invested enough in technical assistance, moving ideas and opportunities to be investor ready. So if we can put efforts to be able to provide the components of technical assistance, that will be great so that we don't lose opportunities. And lastly, is the establishment of knowledge centers. There's so much information in this sector, so much information we are not able to access. And if we can be able to collaborate together and create a partnership around sharing information and knowledge, establishing a common knowledge center or several knowledge centers, we'll be able to move further by accessing information from one another. That is one area of partnership, and disseminating it in a planned way. Thank you, and it has been great participating in this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lee. And as all of you have been speaking, I've seen all these little hearts and claps floating up the screen. So obviously you're being well received. Elisa, something for us to think about jointly. Where is this knowledge hub repository that we can put together around the SDG financing? That might be a great way to be the honest broker and maybe some kind of a common interlocutor across 188 countries. Julio, last but not the least, we'll give you the last word from the panel.
No, many thanks, Arif, and to the colleagues. I learned a lot today. We know that the current scenario is quite challenging, and it is really affecting and having strong consequences in the most vulnerable people. So for us to be here to talk about how we can work together. I think Mr. Navid mentioned that in his speech that the solution is partnership, and I do believe, I think everybody here believes that the solution is partnership, but not any kind of partnership. We need to be innovative, transformative. We need to look on sustainability, and I think each and every one of us here are doing that. Little by little, we are improving our collaboration, coordination. I think private sector is one key element of our work. There are lots of interesting examples. IFAD has a lot to offer, but we still need to step up. The scale is not big enough, but I think little by little this is happening, and if we secure the correct and adequate levels of coordination, we will be on the right track. Thank you, everybody. Back to you, Arif.
Thanks so much, Julio, and thanks to all the panelists. I'd like to really sincerely appreciate your time, your inputs, your knowledge, your generous sharing of examples and illustrations. This has been extremely exciting, and I'm sure that our audience has also appreciated this rich discussion. We don't have time for a sort of a detailed summary or wrap up, but I think we've all heard very clearly the importance of partnerships, multi-stakeholder partnerships, the importance of ensuring that we have kind of addressed this question of the missing middle, the question of technical assistance, the question of measurement, the question of policy, making sure that we avoid this fragmentation and we don't have those little blocks of competition, ego, and I say even branding that holds back the convergence. So I think I'll stop with saying that we have a really rich discussion that we've had. We thank the organizers, we thank DESA and all of you for being there. And my message to all of you will be this question of convergence. to say, let's drop our egos, logos, and silos and converge for impact. Thank you very much all, and this has been a really exciting session. I'm going to hand it back to the organizers for the next session. Thank you.
Well done, colleagues. Well done, Arif. That was excellent. Thank you so much.
Good morning, good afternoon to wherever you are in the world, and welcome to session 2 of this Partnerships Exchange, building partnerships at the country level to leverage resources from all sectors of society. My name is Darian Stivvy. I'm the Executive Director of the Partnering Initiative. We are an international NGO with a mission to drive effective collaboration for sustainable development globally. Our aim is to really unleash the power of partnerships to deliver on the sustainable development goals. And the Partnering Initiative, we work with all sectors of society, but very significantly with the United Nations system in particular, including with UNDESA, our kind hosts for today, with whom we have the Partnership Accelerator program, which works particularly with the UN and governments at the country level to build up capacity to deliver partnerships more effectively. And in today's session, of course, this is all about country level collaboration. And of course, the SDGs call for partnership as an absolutely essential underpinning of all 16 SDGs. In fact, partnerships are so important that it even has its own SDG, SDG 17. And we've already heard this morning around how partnerships can catalyze investments by bringing together the investors and the companies and the governments, and then often civil society organizations as well, in order to really be able to ensure that we can get funding flowing and that whatever is invested in can then have the greatest development impact as well. But as I said, it's every single SDG. We need to engage all societal sectors if we are going to have much more transformational impact. And this is true all the more at the country level. So we hear a lot about global partnerships or regional collaborations, but it's really at the country level where you can get so specific to the context, where you can take the resources that you have available and the needs and desires that you have at the country level, and find ways to combine the resources from public, from private, from civil society, from academia, from media, in ways that can really deliver on the problems in country. And the challenge is, of course, that there's a huge amount of weight put on partnering, but it doesn't just happen. It's hard. It's challenging to bring together different sectors of society and find those key areas of alignment of interest, and then bring them together to form some sort of partnership that can deliver for all. And what we know is that in order for this to happen, we need a few things in place. We need to ensure that there is a level of trust across societal sectors. We need to ensure that there is a strong enabling environment in the sense of policy, in the sense of funding modalities that support these types of collaboration. We need to ensure that organizations themselves that are going to be partnering are set up to be able to be outward looking, to want to engage in partnership, to have the people with the skills, to be the professional competencies to partner well. And we need platforms, we need mechanisms on the ground that can help to make partnerships happen, that can bring the players together. And in today's session, we're going to be talking with 4 or 5 colleagues who are running these platforms on the ground, making partnerships happen day in, day out. And we're going to be learning an enormous amount from them about the challenges involved in making it happen. What are the barriers to it? What are some examples of the types of policies within national policies or within organizations, and as well as the ability for organizations to build up their staff to be able to deliver more effective partnering? But what are some of those success stories? How are we making it happen? What's happened? What's the key success factors to be able for these platforms to work? And of course, we also have a couple of other colleagues who work at the global level who can give much more sort of a global perspective. So the way the session is going to work is I'm going to ask each of the panelists in turn just to sort of give us a little introduction to themselves and their organization. And you can see here, this is the list of the organization. You'll see what's wonderful that we have here is we have these platforms that are run from different sectors. So we have Shahamin Zaman, who is from the UN Global Compact in Bangladesh. So we have a business sector. We have Priscilla Garcia, who is with the United Nations in Mexico, running a partnership forum there. We've got Carlos Applewhite, the development analyst from the Planning Institute of Jamaica, which is part of or associated with the Jamaican government, which is all around engaging stakeholders and making partnerships happen. We've got Celeste Connors, who's doing a similar thing through a local 2030 hub in Hawaii. And then we have sort of global people, as I mentioned. So we've got Florence Sairuo, who is part of the Global Forum for National SDG Advisory Bodies. And we have Eunice Erican, who's the Director of Global Advocacy from ICLEA, which is the Global Organization for Local Government. And we have Daniel Jean-Pierre Figueroa, who works for Aliase, which does both, which is it creates a platform in Costa Rica, but also works globally to give that sort of global perspective. So thank you, colleagues, very much for joining. And we'll start with an introduction, and then I'm going to have a bit of a discussion with all the colleagues, and if we can put you all on the screen at the same time, so it can be a discussion. But as panelists, please at any point, put questions, thoughts, comments into the chat, and we will introduce those as we go. So perhaps I could ask Carlos to start, just a 2 or 3 minute introduction. Tell us about what you do, your work, and then we'll come to the specific questions in a moment.
Sure. Thank you very much, Darian. Good morning to my afternoon to my fellow panelists and to our participants and other attendees. So as mentioned, I am Carlos Applewhite with the Planning Institute of Jamaica. Specifically, I work in the Sustainable Development Goals Secretariat. As a secretariat, we work with our national multi-stakeholder body, which is called our National 2030 Agenda Oversight Committee. It's a mix of private sector, academia, civil society, and some of the government ministries, departments, and agencies. As a secretariat, we also work with our government stakeholder group, which is also called our SDGs core group. And that group is really responsible for kind of the monitoring, coordination, and implementation of the SDGs. So we share responsibility with our Statistical Institute of Jamaica, which is responsible for data monitoring and reporting. We have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, which is mostly responsible for our international partnerships. And then us here at the Planning Institute of Jamaica, who are pretty much responsible for our coordination and then monitoring the full gamut of projects and activities that we have going on. So in our secretariat, we do a lot of the work that is connecting and ensuring that our multi-stakeholder groups are actually working actively to implement the SDGs. We're responsible for conducting the voluntary national review. Jamaica has conducted 2 since 2018. We just recently concluded our second review in 2022 at the last HLPF, and we use that review again as an opportunity to leverage the multi-stakeholder partnerships that we have in Jamaica and to kind of not only advocate for implementation of the SDGs, but also to ensure that it remains salient and top of mind for all of our stakeholders. As a group, we recognize that we're not responsible for the actual implementation of the SDGs, but we have to make sure that all of our stakeholders and our partners are aware of what is happening. And I would hope I can say we do a pretty good job of ensuring that we're a conduit of that information and to keep that monitoring work up, especially as it relates to implementation of the SDGs. So I think that's briefly what we do here at the Planning Institute of Jamaica, and specifically in the Secretariat for the Sustainable Development Goals.
Carlos, thank you so much for that. I'm not going to ask you now, but I'm going to ask you in a little while, all the panelists, which is around how the engagement of stakeholders and trying to ensure that everyone feels the SDGs are their problem and they have a solution that they can bring to the table. So I'll be, given that you are engaging SDGs in the VNRs and leveraging resources, have a think about that, and we'll come back to you in a moment. Thank you so much. Shahamin, it would be great to hear about your work in Bangladesh as the Global Compact Local Network.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm really here to listen to other panelists as well, because it's a struggle. We have our challenges. We're within the decade of action, and I think as a representative of the Global Compact Network Bangladesh in in administering and facilitating the role of the private sector in sustainable development, there are various challenges. So the UNGC has been working with over 17,000 companies around the globe with over 3,000 non-business partners. We are visible in local networks across about 90 countries, and Bangladesh is one of them. I just want to say through our work with the private sector, we engage with a multi-stakeholder process where, we are working with the government, relevant government ministries. We work in Bangladesh with the civil society, NGOs. So we work together as a group in order to implement the Sustainable Development Goals in Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And again, in a moment, I'll ask about the level of interest from the private sector, particularly in Bangladesh, to be engaged in the SDGs. Thank you very much. Priscilla from Mexico, please tell us about your work.
Thank you, Darian. Good morning, everyone. I'm greetings from Mexico. I'm the National Officer for Partnership and Financing for Development. And just a few contexts on my role in the UN is responding to this UN reform. I'm one of the first generations of this resident coordination office, which includes roles as mine. And this is kind of like related to the first question, what is so important to deliver partnerships and sustainable development at a country level. So this is the one of the reasons why we have now this role in more than 100 resident coordination officers in the world. And our role is mainly to promote partnerships within the UN. As you know, sometimes we don't see inside of our organizations, and we try to create synergies within all UN agencies in the country in order to not duplicate efforts and create more synergies, which creates, of course, more impact. On the other hand, we do have a mandate as an office and as my role, which is the partnership strategy for the UNCT, the UN country team. And that's, I'm actually one of that is one of my main roles, to create this partnership strategy and to implement the action plan. So we as a UN can deliver as one, and to approach partners in a more coordinated way. So this is a very quick introduction. Thank you, Darian, and I'm happy to participate and share more about our work in Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Priscilla. And yes, it's very interesting. I guess similar to Carlos, you're ensuring Carlos, within Jamaican government across ministries, that there needs to be a level of joined up, and you're similarly in the UN, making sure that within the country team of all the agencies that you're joined up there, and then looking to then partner outwards or catalyze partnerships outwards from other sectors as well. Thank you so much, Priscilla. Yunus, a global perspective. You're a global organization. Of course, your members are all local government. But yeah, maybe tell us about your work.
Thanks, Darian, for the facilitation, and thanks to DESA, UNDESA, for the invitation. It's great to meet with so many colleagues around the world. Some of them I knew before, some of them I'm not here. My name is Yunus Arikan. I'm the Director of Global Advocacy at ICLE, Local Governments for Sustainability. As you have mentioned, we are a global network, with members of more than 2,500 in more than 130 countries. I just listened to the last wrap-up of the previous panel. It was saying that get rid of egos, logos, and silos. Unfortunately, my background is still with my logo, but I think this is one of those organizations who have the least ego, Lego baby, is in the fact that we really have been famous for promoting the famous motto of Think Global, Act Local, which was the birth of sustainability in 1990s in the Earth Summit through the Local Agenda 21. All these 30 years later, we are promoting that sustainability at the local level should be low emission, nature-based, circular, resilient, and people-centered. In that regard, I think again, what we are trying to push here is that it's not the scale and the economic wealth of those cities, but rather the awareness of the direct staff of the city, the leadership of the politician who is leading the city, but also the citizen engagement. That is really the common point that you can see in every successful local government initiative on sustainability, which most of them are members of ICLEI. And I'm happy to provide some examples in the discussion about different scales, different perspectives, but also some lessons learned and some things that we have to still change on the way forward if we want this to make a reality.
Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, we'll come back to you exactly on that. I mean, it's really good to hear one of them coming up, which is the role of the leadership that's required and the type of mayor or whoever's the head of government that can really help to drive forward such initiatives. Thank you. So you talked about Think Global, Act Local. I'm going to ask Celeste, if you will, tell us a bit about your Hawaii Green Growth Local 2030 Hub.
Yes, aloha Darian and aloha everybody. Greetings from Hawaii. And it's exactly at that local global level. Good to see colleagues here on the call that we work with. But as an island economy, Hawaii, we work on a couple of levels. We're over a decade old as a partnership model. We launched on the margins of the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation meeting in Honolulu in 2011. And green growth was when we were emerging from the 2008 financial crisis, and a local commitment to get on a green growth sustainable pathway, looking at economic, social, and environmental issues. And it included a group of local leaders, our 4 mayors, the governor, our state legislature through resolution, and also private sector partners and civil society. And what emerged in 2014 was a set of localized goals across 6 sectors. We can talk about that a little bit more. And this actually, what's interesting, predates the SDGs. And so when the SDGs were agreed, and as part now of the Local 2030 Coalition, which is looking for localized solutions, we were invited to become a Local 2030 hub, one of 8 around the world, which actually looks at how you build effective public-private partnership models that are deeply grounded in local knowledge. And in the case of Hawaii, indigenous knowledge and wisdom, because it includes our indigenous communities, drawing from over 1,000 years of indigenous knowledge and wisdom. We now actually convene a sustainability business forum as part of this, with 26 of our publicly held and privately traded companies, publicly traded and privately held companies focused on SDGs and ESG measuring. And now as a Local 2030 hub, we serve as the co-secretariat to the Local 2030 Islands Network, which is a network of island economies, both local, regional, and nations that have come together, committed to achieving the SDGs. So a lot of exciting work underway, and really delighted to talk to colleagues on the call today. Thank you very much, Darian.
Thank you so much. And I think this is one of the key points about the grounded in local knowledge. And I'm going to ask you a little bit later about, you managed to create your own sort of local goals even before the SDGs, and about how you do that, how you get that alignment and an agreement on local goals. Because of course, if people create their own goals, they're going to be far more committed to it than goals that are imposed from above. So thank you so much. Danielle, tell us a bit more about Aliarce and your work. Well, we'll go into more detail later on, but a little bit about work in Costa Rica and globally.
Sure, thank you. And hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today and to have the opportunity to have the discussion that I think is so important and so relevant in this moment in which we have, and we need to collaborate with each other to be able to actually tackle the main challenges that we have. And Costa Rica is the place where Aliarce has been basically working for the past 15 years in the promotion of public and private partnerships for development and multi-stakeholder partnerships. So we have been mainly focusing on understanding how can we catalyze and how can we facilitate a proper engagement between multiple stakeholders, mainly from civil society, the private and the public sector, but we're also engaging with academia and with other key stakeholders at the national and local level too. We have been developing and advancing specific partnerships in the country, mainly focusing on employability, youth employability, environment, digital transformation, and education. And we have been researching also a lot about which are the conditions that are required in the country, but also in Latin America to actually be able to effectively collaborate. So we launched the first State of the Public and Private Partnership for Costa Rica 1 year ago, where we basically facilitated discussion between key actors from the public and private sector in order to analyze opportunities to move forward in creating these necessary conditions. And we have been also focusing a lot on how can we create and strengthen the capacities to collaborate, the abilities that we need to effectively work together. In the global spectrum, we have been also trying to work with different countries in Latin America and also research about what is being done in other countries in the world in terms of these multi-stakeholder platforms that are being developed to enhance collaboration about multiple actors. So I hope to be able to share with you some examples of what is being seen in Costa Rica and in Latin America in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Danielle. And yes, no, we'll be definitely coming back to you to hear those examples. Florence, you are you run the Global Forum for National SDG Advisory Bodies. You are co-chair of this. I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about the National Forum and what it aims to do and how it works.
Hello, thank you, Darian, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening. For me, it's evening. Sorry, I'll not put on my camera. I have very limited bandwidth, if that's okay. My name is Florence Sievuo. I'm from the SDGs Kenya Forum here in Kenya. So I carry both the national and the global experience. But today I'm here on behalf of the Global Forum for National SDG Advisory Bodies. It's a great topic for today in terms of the multi-stakeholders starting off from national level, how to connect to the global level. I believe having both experience, it's very critical for us today to really speak about how do we effectively connect our national work to global forums, and how do we advance partnerships like the panel before that really spoke great inputs in terms of how we can learn from one another. And so I'll be happy to come back to give both perspectives of the Global Forum, how we are operating, and maybe for those who have not heard about us, and how we can join forces to ensure that national work that is very critical can be well articulated at regional and global levels. So I'm looking forward to this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Florence. And what I'm going to suggest is if we can just spotlight all the panelists now and bring everybody up. Hopefully we should be able to do that so that we can see the panelists. And I want to start with the first question, which has sort of come from the introduction I gave, which is if partnerships are going to happen at scale, and that's what we're trying to achieve here, much more and more collaboration at the country and subnational level, there needs to be a certain level of trust across government, with business, with civil society, with others. And I'm going to ask just your experiences of that trust question. Firstly, in your country, or more widely, the degree to which you've seen the trust being an issue. And then secondly, what you're able to do in order to build up that level of trust. And it sounds like we've already heard from both Celeste and Danielle about some of the dialogues that you've taken place. But yeah, tell us about trust and the extent to which that's been an issue and how to build it up. And maybe Celeste, because you were already talking about creating these goals together, good to hear from you just to get us going. And then others, please do just raise your hand whenever you want to add anything. Very much just a conversation. You're on mute.
Darian, that's an excellent question. You mentioned that earlier. We'd like to say that progress moves at the pace of trust. And so we see that at all levels, whether you are a utility working towards a clean energy transformation, you really need to build that trust with local community and government. So trust across the board. And in a sense, these localized partnerships are really looking, for lack of a better term, to operationalize trust. Because if progress moves at the pace of trust, and if we are in the decade of action with limited time to achieve the goals, then we really need to accelerate these processes. You also talked about creating the right platforms. This is really an exercise that's not top down, but has to be bottom up. And we do that by creating the right platforms, whether this is working with our youth or our businesses, right? And building those trusts in between sectors. So I think it's about collectively moving together to measure progress as well and build that transparency and accountability. So a couple ways that we actually do this, I would say there are 4 pillars to the way that we effectively build trust. And the one I mentioned earlier is local political leadership, but connected to identifying local priorities and goals. And second to that is really actually explicitly having a public-private partnership model that can help move that political commitment beyond short-term political cycles to ensure the resilience and sustainability. The third component I mentioned is measuring progress. And we do that through an online Esri-based ArcGIS geospatial mapping platform, which actually people can see the progress we're making with our local goals and how that connects to our contribution to the global goals. And the fourth is concrete action. And so with this sort of 4-pillar approach, this is what we've used both in Hawaii as a local 2030 hub and how we're working now with island economies, each island economy doing it in its own locally and culturally appropriate way. Just quickly, the other thing I mentioned earlier is the importance of Indigenous knowledge and wisdom. And we have a rich, vibrant culture here in Hawaii that has derived inspiration from this 1,000-year history, looking at systems thinking and the way that these different communities and stakeholders can actually come together, celebrating our victories and increasing our ambition, measuring that and holding ourselves accountable. In our case, we did this through a first statewide voluntary local review in 2020, and we're now embarking on the second statewide voluntary local review that includes our 4 mayors, our governor, our legislature, but also driven by our youth leaders and voices, and our communities and businesses. So thank you.
Wow, thank you. I mean, your 4-level model, I think, is extremely important. And of course, one thing you mentioned straight away was the local political leadership, which we had Eunice has mentioned as well. But of course, it's the concrete action that then starts to bring everything together. And certainly we see in the partnering initiative that one of the ways of building trust is the concrete action taken together and being successful together and being able to demonstrate progress exactly along the lines that you're talking about. I also love your point about the PPP model beyond electoral cycles, because of course that is one of the major challenges to many of these PPPs is exactly this, is change of government. So thank you so much, Celeste. As I said, if anyone wants to volunteer, otherwise I'll just pick on you as a team. But I mean, Eunice, I don't know if you want to sort of just continue your thoughts on the leadership side of things from your members.
Sure. I think that will complement what my dear colleague Celeste has given as the example. I think let's remember to take a step back. When we were preparing for the SDGs negotiations between 2012 and 2015, the reality was that for a long time, local governments were feeling left alone. They were almost the only custodians of the local Agenda 21 for 2 decades or so. And that was the beauty of 2015, to bring the humanity and the United Nations and the national governments especially back onto this process. The logic was very simple. Yes, we are committed as local governments, or let's say those who are on the front line. But the solutions and the challenges are so big, beyond the capacity of one local government. I think that is the crucial reality. As you have heard from Celeste, it's not anymore just local action anymore. It's multi-level collaboration. And I think that is the new motto that is particularly more important in these days where global processes are becoming victims of some, not just electoral narrow cycles, but also some geopolitical issues that I think we tend to forget a bit, that we're living in one big world, that we're living under big tent and everybody has a room to play. But nobody can keep this tent up on the air if we do not unite our forces. And that, I think, is the challenge, to build a trust that it should be free from this political challenges. What we have seen, especially since 2015, on the discussion that after the national ownership came on board, this helped. There are some national examples. One thing that we have seen is in Japan, for example. It's really a good example of really national governments working with the local government. There's a second version, which is the continuity of this bottom-up spirit, which is definitely in the US. These were the era when US cities and states once again put forward the actions. And I think there's a third way, which is combination of this with global partners. So I think what we should be now thinking forward is that this should not finish with the national leadership giving up. This should not finish with local government changes. And that's the spirit, once again, the need to connect to the institutional process at the local level, which is the Agenda 21 committees, the new institutions. For example, in the case of the city that I live in, for example, Bonn has established the climate neutrality framework with the citizen engagement group. Not just it's the business of the city mayor, but it is the citizens getting together. And maybe final point, and I'm happy to get back with other colleagues later on, this issue that we were living in the era of the merging of MDGs back to the sustainability agenda. But unfortunately, it is even more than that. We cannot discuss this issue without climate emergency. And the good news is that climate also has now gone from just mitigation or just adaptation, but climate justice involved. So I think it is now in the last 7 years to go ahead and even to go further, the multi-level collaboration, the institutional memory and institutional ownership, and combining SDGs to climate emergency, the three things that we really have to reinforce more and more.
Thank you so much, Yunus. And of course, you mentioned climate as an absolute emergency. And what we saw during COVID times is actually having such a clear and urgent threat actually then did bring everybody to the table. So you had from individuals and communities through companies to multinational companies creating the drugs and pharmaceuticals and vaccines together. There was just incredible amount of collaboration that happened once people realized that there was this urgent threat. And I guess we need the same with climate change. We need people to appreciate that. Priscilla, over to you.
Thank you, Darian. I just want to add I do agree with my colleagues, but I do want to add that we have to be open to be flexible, since we do have a model to follow, for example, for public and private partnerships and others. But still, for example, in the field, for example, in Mexico, we have an initiative which is a focus on eradicating violence against women. And sometimes we find it challenging to support grassroots organizations because we don't have, administrative standards. And sometimes it is difficult for us to engage and to enable them to create this civic space and support their work in the field. So my point is that even inside organizations, we do have to be flexible with the rules if we do want to have this trust as well and create this long-lasting partnership, because as in our experience, we having a lot of challenges on this regard, and I wanted to highlight it. Thank you.
Priscilla, can you just add to that a little bit? When it comes to the trust, do you have sort of just examples where you found it to be particularly challenging because there's a trust deficit when you're trying to create some of these partnerships, or even just getting people to come together in forums? Do you have examples where there has been a trust deficit that's made things harder?
I think in that regard, it would respond to political context. In our case, for example, in Mexico, we in the UN we are perceived as a good partner, as an enabler for dialogue, as as an actor that can call for these spaces in which they can exchange points of view. But still, sometimes it's very difficult to sit different actors to discuss the same and difficult topic, no? Just again, for example, the topic of violence against women in Mexico, we have been having challenges to talk in the same space with different actors. And I think we are, as a UN, as an enable factor that can put together all these stakeholders. I think that is an example that I think it's worth to share in this space.
And it's a really good point, because it sounds like, of course, the UN is trustworthy with all sectors, which allows you to engage and bring people together, which of course is the stakeholder engagement is a huge part of what you're trying to do. But I mean, Florence, you're in your case for these the global forum, these SDG advisory bodies, they are mainly connected with government in some way. Is that right? And do you know, do they have trust issues around trust?
Thank you, Darian. Yes, maybe just to start off, to give a bit of background, and then maybe just take up your question. One of the things why the Global Forum for National SDG Advisory Bodies was formed in 2019 was the background of we were entering the decade of action. And of course, having looked back at the high-level political forum, the reporting, the SDG reporting that a lot of countries have engaged in at a voluntary basis, the issue where national governments are very well involved and different stakeholders, the need to speed up activities and also to ensure that we're delivering towards implementation of SDGs by 2030. And so one of the things was that, at the global level, we sort of, apart from the HLPF process, the peer-to-peer learning was really not, it only happens maybe mainly at the HLPF. So there's an opportunity for us to have a peer-to-peer learning platform whereby there could be more in-depth engagement. At HLPF, as you all know, it's very fast and furious, and many times it's government to government. Of course, stakeholders are involved, but there is no that face value in terms of really engaging peers and learning from them in-depth, asking maybe very in-depth questions or practical questions. And so the Global Forum, which targets, of course, governments, as you said, different stakeholders like civil society, development partners, academia, media, all the, a multi-stakeholder engagement for country level, and also encouraging that countries should always prioritize engaging different stakeholders. Because of course, again, learning from the SDG reporting process, some countries do it very well. They have very great engagements with all the stakeholders, including private sector, civil society, while others, of course, there's been a very huge struggle. And so then how do we bring together maybe the countries that are doing very well and those that maybe would want to learn? And for example, like we from Kenya, for us, we learned so much from the Global Forum meetings that have been organized. And of course, the membership is from different continents, including Asia, Africa, Europe, Latin America, and very broad membership of members. And so just learning from them. And for example, for us, we wanted to learn how, at national level, how to put together a multi-stakeholder body. And there were great examples from Germany. There were great examples from different countries in Latin America. And just reading through, hearing from them firsthand, and implementing that at country level. And so this has been great value, ensuring that there could be continuous engagement. There could be issues of research whereby relevant topics that different members maybe would want to engage in, just probing and ensuring that we can be at par in terms of relevance. And so back to your question in terms of how do we ensure that the trust is built, especially national governments, with stakeholders. One of the great findings, or one of the things that some of us have experienced, is the issue of course, ensuring that if you're a stakeholder, like I come from civil society, how do I showcase our relevance in terms of the process, be it SDG implementation, monitoring and review. And so showcasing relevance, and for us, for example, the lessons learned from Global Forum, bringing them down to Kenya or to different countries has been one of the things that, of course, governments can articulate relevance from stakeholders, and also the issues of just understanding the process, ensuring that different stakeholders are engaged and can also contribute to national processes. Of course, trust is a big subject, and many times when we talk about trust, it takes time to build trust. And so how to ensure that, for example, we could have programs or joint engagements. And of course, like through the Global Forum, we have Recover Better engagement that focuses a number of countries. And these particular countries are implementing a joint program to strengthen the SDG advisory bodies. And so maybe I'll come back with more, but I believe that there's a lot that we can learn from one another from global spaces, but also linking that to the national spaces.
Thank you so much indeed. I mean, there's so much that can be learned across the experiences from different parts of the world, which is why the Global Forum is so important, certainly. Danielle, you did a study for the Global Forum, looking at sort of the enabling factors in country, and if I understand that the level of trust across sectors was part of that. But can you tell us a bit more about that, and what else were you sort of looking at to the degree to which one of these platforms is likely to be effective in a particular country?
Sure, thank you. Thank you very much, Darian, for that question, and also for bringing this so important topic, trust. I have to say that in the study that you just mentioned, but also in the experience that we have from the case of Costa Rica and Aliarce, we see increasingly that there is a collapse of trust. And when this trust is actually the default tendency, we lack the ability to collaborate. So trust is an essential element when we talk about collaboration, and when we observe the effectiveness of multi-stakeholder platforms in their possibility to actually deliver the goals and the impact that they're aiming to deliver. So in the case of the, for example, global councils that we observed, just like the case that my colleague was talking about, but also what we saw in Costa Rica, what we see in Ecuador, for example, is that trust relationships across the stakeholders are crucial for this proper engagement. And a key element to secure these trust relationships is to see and hopefully to have a proper engagement of all the different stakeholders that needs to be participating in the space. So an element that we see in some countries that facilitates that possibility is the presence of key umbrella organizations, key umbrella stakeholders that allowed an effective representation and organization of the different sectors to be able to inclusively participate and represent their sectors. Nevertheless, it appears also that there is mainly a most visible engagement from civil society organization and private sector, but there is still challenges to engage some key actors. For example, youth, it's one of the stakeholders that are usually missing from some of these platforms. In the case of Costa Rica, civil society organizations are the one that actually needs to be advanced to be able to effectively participate in this type of platforms that allow this joint collaboration. Another key element that is something that we see in Costa Rica and that appear on the study that we did a year ago is the fact that there is a lot of barriers that are mainly related to the difference that we can see between the sectors. For example, there are a lot of what we can call some sort of prejudices between the public and the private sector that needs to be addressed in terms of the interest, in terms of the work and the nature of the work that they do, for example, that makes that sometimes some actors are not really open to participate in this effect, in working together, because there is a lot of distrust about the meaning and the purpose of actually working together. So getting closer, basically putting actors to be able to work closer, to dialogue, to collaborate, it's something very important. And for us, one element that we have seen has been working a lot in Costa Rica is basically to promote dialogue, to bring together the various sectors in the search of this operational consensus. Also, another element that I think was already mentioned that I think is crucial is transparency and accountability. We have seen that there are very interesting experiences that are having important results that need to be communicated, but they're not being communicated effectively. So the value the efforts that have been developed through communication strategies is something crucial also in order to be able to diminish this trust and actually enable that collaboration.
Thank you so much, Danielle. That's a really helpful framework, and it reiterates some of the things that Celeste said at the beginning about this transparency and accountability being so an essential part of the trust building, along with the dialogue as well, and the action together. We have a question from Linda Walbot from GIZ, and maybe Carlos, maybe I can ask you to start with that, which is, do you see that the voluntary local reviews to the HLPF can make a substantial difference in addressing local needs, and how do they need to be set up to take effect in governmental or international debates? Thank you. And I'm afraid I'm not familiar with voluntary local reviews. Of course, I'm familiar with the voluntary national reviews. So if you could explain what they are first. Then
okay, that's right. Well, unfortunately, Jamaican hasn't done the voluntary local review as yet. But coming out of our 2018 VNR, we actually recognized that the process of localization was a priority for us over the years. And in our 2022 VNR, we actually focus a lot more on localization and local efforts. So a big part of that was us actually getting out, well, not getting out, it was mainly virtual because of COVID, but actually reaching out to community-based organizations across the island. So we actually got to hear from stakeholders within communities who are doing work, and actually they're the ones implementing projects. And it was an interesting experience because a lot of them were doing community work and doing development work, not recognizing how it aligned to actually advance in the SDGs. So for us, that was a nice exercise, because we got to bring them this new dimension to the work that they're doing, because they're the real champions. They're the ones who are out here doing water projects. They're the ones who are doing the real community development work, as relates to education, poverty reduction, etc. So while we don't have a VLR as yet, we have recognized that it is the next step. Ideally, we should do one before our next VNR, but it's not something that we've done yet. We do, however, think though that doing a VLR will get to bring more attention to the work that is being done in communities, because one of the, I guess you can say, complaints or critiques that we've gotten from our local actors is that they're doing their work almost in a vacuum. So they're, it's very largely volunteer based. A lot of them, so they aren't getting paid, they have day jobs, and they're doing these activities for the good of their communities, but they don't necessarily have that recognition. Where we come in now is that we try to have that spotlight on the work that's being done at the national level, of course, but in the same way that we do our VNRs and we get our international attention, a VLR is now going to be the next step in terms of shining that light on the work that's being done at the community level, especially to see how they're advancing the work that's related to the SDG. So unfortunately, we haven't done one as yet, but we do see the importance and recognize that it's really our next step in terms of monitoring, reporting on SDGs.
No, thank you. And while I've got you, and we'll come at Celeste, then Shahamin, and then Yunus, within your VNRs that you are doing, and you engage the private sector, to what extent do they want to be involved? To what extent does the private sector in Jamaica believe that this is their problem, that the SDGs, that they own the SDGs, and that they should be contributing and should be reporting on that contribution? Tell me about your experiences with the private sector, and then maybe
sure.
Shahamin can come in from Bangladesh, and then back to Celeste.
Well, it's still a work in progress because not only do we have the SDGs in Jamaica, but we also do have a national development plan, which is called Vision 2030. So they both, kind of are aligned as well. So we kind of work with the private sector as it relates to aligning their activities to achieving the broad 2030 agenda. So not just the SDGs, but also our own Vision 2030 national development plan. There's an appetite so far as it relates to companies, in not only their CSR, but also in terms of changing their operations to be a little more sustainable in their practices. So we do have some examples of private sector companies who are now looking at sustainable manufacturing. There are companies who are looking at their own efforts in terms of energy reduction, because we're largely a very fossil fuel dependent country, but we can't necessarily, the government can't do it all. So a lot of our private actors are stepping in to recognize to see what they can do. They have the capital, they can do the infrastructure work. So those are some of the ways in which they're operating. We also know that some of our larger companies as well too are not just looking at the SDGs, but they're also looking at that ESG focus because they now want to attract international financial capital. So in order to, reorient their business focus, they're seeing that what we do want to do again, and I'm glad that we have certain projects here, is emphasize this not just at large private sector bodies, but also our smaller, our MSMEs, the micro, small and medium enterprises, the persons who are working in communities again, because a lot of the work that is in terms of private sector ownership of the SDGs is usually focused on large companies. But in Jamaica, over 80% of our firms are micro, small and medium enterprises. If we can get them now to kind of take that ownership of development and see where their part is, then I think we actually that's where we will have real impact. So we have the appetite, especially large firms, but what we won't need to do now is kind of incentivize those who are micro, small and medium. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I think that's one of the challenges so many are facing is exactly that, how to engage the smaller companies as well as the larger ones and get their involvement. Shahamin, just coming in on this point in Bangladesh, what you're seeing there in terms of the engagement of business into the SDGs generally and then into partnerships.
Right. Thank you, Darian. I think I agree totally with Carlos, because even if I can go back to trust and accountability and transparency, what my former panelists said, I think a big chunk of the issue is also understanding, the level of understanding. The awareness that is there, people understand, the public understands sustainable development goals as an acronym sort of thing, but they don't understand what it implies at a local level or at a national level. It's only those that are exposed to knowledge or different international platforms can realize the importance of the SDGs. And I think we have to come back there. And as Carlos mentioned, the VNR processes are there where governments are, giving their reporting, but a big chunk of that reporting is, there's a gap there, because even private sector, when we talk about private sector, their contribution is immense. If you look at employment, if you look at agriculture, if you look at the different sectors, if you look at gender, poverty issues and all that. So I think what needs to be done is that we need to realize and have a framework where private sector can report, because government is only engaged with the big companies that are there, that are doing the SDGs. There's a chunk and a critical mass of SMEs that want to engage in the sustainable development goals, but do not know how to engage. They don't know where to get in, because for each company, we realize it's different. The priorities are different. So all the SDGs will not align to each company's vision and mission. And we see in Bangladesh, like the big companies, which are just a handful. And if you compare it to the northern countries, the companies are actually SMEs. But for our country, it's those national companies, the big wigs. So they are already exposed in global platforms. They understand the critical engagement with the SDGs. Whereas if you look at the supply chain, and we've seen it in COVID-19 situation, where there was a disruption in business because of the supply chain issue. We need to also engage that critical mass of the companies as well. And I think governments are trying their level best, but we need to gear up, because it's already 7-8 years within the decade of action. We need to realize that we can't leave anybody behind. So working with vulnerable groups, working with different networks. In Bangladesh, we already have the, civil society network that works on the SDGs, but it's only the NGOs and the CSOs and the academia that are involved. The private sector is not involved there. If you look at the national VNR processes, we have committees where private sector is involved as a representative, but we need to really address the issues. What are they doing? How are they, attaining and implementing the SDGs? What are the SDGs they're interested in? Because not all of the SDGs will be their, the portfolio. So I think it's very important at this instance also to bring in the media. I feel the media in every country is not playing their part. We need to educate the media. We need to bring them in this critical discussion. Already, I don't know, in many of the countries, especially in southern countries, we've seen that, when there's national disasters, private sector is jumping in, the NGOs are jumping in to support the government. And if that is the case, that's a critical issue when we have floods, cyclones, or disasters, typhoons, whatever. But why are we not realizing that we are on sort of a critical a place where we need to engage by 2030, all the actors together. We need to create impactful deliverables within this time frame. And I think every stakeholder is important. So that multi-stakeholder approach is really the way to go, public-private partnership as well. In fact, Bangladesh has done a lot of initiatives on private-public partnership. If we look at even the UN's role in Bangladesh, it's been very commendable because already at local level, UN with the different agencies and with government, they are enacting infrastructural development and poverty reduction. So I think there are many avenues that we can tap on these resources to work together to bring transformative change. Thank you.
Thank you. And it resonates with one of the questions that Stephen Apuni has put about what are the best approaches to coordinating private sector actors in partnership with public actors in order to drive impact on the SDGs. And we work with a lot of countries around the world, and I have to say that in general, it is difficult, very difficult to engage with countries, with governments of countries in general now, and for a number of reasons, including sort of policy reasons, that the governments just are not set up to work in partnership with business. They're used to taxing and regulating and creating an enabling environment for business, but this concept of actually working in partnership with business in most countries isn't there. And Costa Rica is an example where they've actually created policies on partnership and with the private sector, but it's pretty rare to see that in general. Celeste, over to you, and then Eunice.
Yeah, I'll tackle, I think we're still on the trust question, Darian. I don't know if we've moved to the second.
You can answer at this stage any of the questions that you see in the Q&A.
Well, true. So I will hit on a little bit on the VLR, but I just want to say a couple of things. I liked how Eunice mentioned earlier, we're all under one tent. I should say, having grown up in Hawaii in an island economy, as islanders, we often say that we're all on island Earth. And sometimes, and I would challenge this, and I think Carlos would appreciate this too, and other islanders on the call, that the scale of the challenge is so great that we actually need to really take that broad view of island Earth as a small marble, blue marble floating in space. And I derive great inspiration from other island economies and even Jamaica. Vision 2030, I think Jamaica was a real pioneer in the VNR process because it aligned with an existing vision, and they were able to quickly move that forward. So that goes back to something earlier. So really appreciate, Carlos, your earlier comments. With the VLR specifically, we do find that to be a very useful exercise, but married with the online dashboard. I mentioned we are an ArcGIS geospatial mapping platform. So to develop this, it took us initially over 4 years to go to every aspect of our community in each one of our counties, because they say you measure what matters. So we went to our communities to determine what matters to our communities. And over this process of convening, so in one case, you might have the CEO of an airline sitting next to a waste manager from a county sitting next to the provost of university, and it's very chaotic the first day, but by the second day, they start to build trust and we can see this outline of a solution together. Now that 4-year process, we've been able to accelerate quickly in working with colleagues such as Guam Green Growth, because we have the existing dashboard. So my hope is that when we do the VLR and the VNR, it is simply a snapshot in time. It's a benchmark of progress at that point in time to determine what the gaps are, but that we have ongoing measurement to the best available, whether you have APIs and you're able to draw that data. Now, to the private sector point, it was mentioned, absolutely. I think the key here is aligning with those existing priorities of a company. Now, what's happening, I think, unhelpfully in the ESG realm, which is sometimes under attack, environment, social governance, is because things are getting conflated, where we have broader sustainability outcomes, which are very important in the form of our SDGs, but for companies, particularly those that are publicly traded, have a more narrow set of ESG metrics of what is material to their company. And that is what institutional investors are actually looking to them. So whether it's water or whatever that, so these companies, and we work with our Sustainability Business Forum members, first to determine whether it's through a SASB materiality matrix, what is material to their companies and how can they lean into that. And a lot of them actually have pretty rigorous reporting mechanisms. So we want to have a lasting partnership model where our businesses are actually embracing the SDGs and contributing to them. I think we both need to help them find pathways to realizing their ESG commitments and their measuring. Now, one of the things that we have been able to do through building trust is we are actually measuring progress on some of our businesses' SDG and ESG commitment, whether it's on clean energy or energy efficiency. And so they have two things. They're actually providing an additional degree of disclosure. But to Shahamin's earlier point, it's a communications mechanism. So our companies can actually better communicate to the communities that they actually serve, that they are aligned. And as we say in Hawaii, that we're all paddling in the same direction. So I think all of us on this call, because of the work that we do, are really compelled to find those points of connection to bridge the gap so that we can help our companies demonstrate how they're aligning with communities to break down, Darian, those barriers that you talked about earlier, some perceptions we have of government, so that it moves away from a more regulatory carrot and stick environment to one that's truly collaborative. So I think there are different mechanisms to do that through tracking, measuring progress, through reporting, the VLR, VNR. But one final thing I'd say is deriving inspiration from each other. And I do have to acknowledge that in Hawaii, our own Aloha Plus challenge was in fact inspired by the Micronesia Challenge, where leaders came together with a commitment to steward their land and water resources by 2030. And that Micronesia Challenge inspired the Caribbean Challenge with a similar stewardship component. And that Caribbean Challenge inspired us in Hawaii and a subsequent European Challenge. So it's like a song sung in rounds of inspiration, partnership, and implementation.
What a beautiful, beautiful analogy. Thank you so much. Eunice.
Maybe just to build on the previous colleagues, first of all, at the local level, one of the best things that our local leaders do, the wise ones, to steal from each other. For them, stealing ideas is something bad. And we were saying that in the Rio Plus 20, one of the assessments we made was this local Agenda 21 was probably one of the first open source processes across the world, because there were 10,000 local Agenda 21s. We didn't even know who were preparing all these, but the spirit was spreading across. And I think that's what we have to come back into this world. And VLR discussion back again, it primarily gained pace with New York City at that time when the US federal government was far from this idea of sustainability once again. And they said that New York City is part of the world. And at the same year, there were several Japanese cities. And then now we have around 150 voluntary local reviews. It mushrooms. Obviously, for a local staff and local leader, it's a challenge. It's a question of capacity. But from our point of view, what we first of all see is that those successful VLRs have something related to Agenda 21 committees, so we recommend you to connect to them. And secondly, I think what we were also saying is that maybe at least at the beginning of the election and the end of the term, every city should prepare, maybe not every year, but at least every city should prepare at the beginning and at the end of the term. And that connects to this issue about trust and VLR, and also the transparency and accountability. I remember from Bangladesh, the president of Bangladesh Assembly, Samer Chowdhury, was saying that it is the global goals, national commitments, and local action. And maybe we have to back this with two more things: multi-level cooperation and multi-stakeholder ownership. So we are aware that the current politicians are not mainly elected by our citizens based on their climate commitments or VLRs or SDGs or not. But at least if we can turn every council to focus on their VLR and their voluntary national process at least once a year, this could be an important opportunity. We are testing this in the climate debate. This year there will be a global stocktake, and we want to make every city hall to turn it into a climate stocktake at the local level in collaboration with their national goals. I think maybe this kind of a momentum we need to bring back this question of trust, but also transparency. And of course, it's a question of power, but I think the more we say that this is something that we can benefit all, this power debate would be less. One final thing, I was impressed in Austria. We had the Arnold Schwarzenegger from Republican Party, we had the president of Austria from the Greens Party, and we had the Prime Minister of Austria from the from Christian Democrats, and the mayor from Social Democrats. That was, I think, a model that every city and nation should try to follow, that this is beyond current politics, but it should be a responsibility for all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And of course, yes, we talk about the challenges of working across sectors, but then of course we have indeed the political challenges of working across ideologies as well. So, I'm going to ask Priscilla in just a second, but while Priscilla's talking, I'd like everyone to just, all of our panelists, just to have a little think about sort of one fear that you have around trying to bring all sectors and trying to head for a collective vision of the SDGs and collectively driving forward through collaboration, a fear or a challenge. But most importantly is, what's the one thing you think is going to be most important for you in the next decade or running up to 2030? In fact, let's focus on just this question because of time reasons. What's the one thing that you think is going to be most important from now until 2030 to make these types of partnerships happen at country level? But while you're thinking about that, Priscilla, you had a point.
Thank you, Darian. It's kind of related on what I was going to share. I think that, first of all, partnerships at all levels is a long process of trust, and it's like a tree, and you put water every day in order to avoid dying this tree. So first, I would say that, and the second is that in our assessment in Mexico we did for partnerships, we realized that there are a lot of platforms, groups, dialogues around SDGs in the country, but they are not talking to each other. So one of the first things that we did is actually to identify in these different spaces of work and dialogue on different topics. And then we do like an exercise of kind of donor intelligence in a way that we analyzed our priorities as the UN in Mexico, which is all put it in the cooperation framework, which is a planning instrument that we have in the United Nations that is built with the government and main counterparts. So we look at that, and we had 4 priority areas and 2 transversal areas on different SDGs. And what we started to do at first, it was to identify in these different actors that were actually very important to engage, or us engaging with them. Perhaps it's a surprise, as you can perhaps listen, that in Mexico, as a UN organization, we have sometimes problems engaging with the private sector. So we had to go very closely and work with the Global Compact platform in Mexico so we can talk to the private sector in their own language, and as some of my colleagues were saying, and to try to start aligning their priorities to our priorities, etc. And this gives me the floor to just quickly share with you that last year we did a partnership forum. In one of the topics that we identified, it was a priority, and it was cities, territories, and communities for sustainable development. And I just take the opportunity to say that it was with the support with the UNDESA Partnership Accelerator and TPI. So in this space, we were like more than 14 organization partners, and we gathered together around 230 people. And the challenge in here was to firstly identify the common topics and the interest from each of the partners that were participating in this space. But first, I think it was a very, like a win to put together all these people to talk about this topic, a single topic on how they contribute to the SDGs on this regard. And the challenge in here was that we agreed on this forum that we were going to create a platform for obviously to exchange information, like kind of community of practice, and to, like to make a space for dialogue on these topics. And I think this is where the difficult part starts, because although we were like my colleague Daniel was saying, just to put like an umbrella of organizations that were, like promoting the topic and the platform, there was like a momentum in which, like nobody was talking about, and then nobody was calling for a meeting or so. So I think those challenges are related to perhaps change of priorities, keep it relevant to the people that is using the platforms, have these champions very engaged, and it's also a topic of, for example, funding. It's not just money, but also the in-kind resources that you can give on this regard. And I just to close my intervention on this regard, I think we need more, I don't know, perhaps compromise and enable all actors to be able to participate. I just saw a question about the youth. I think it is very important to give all the spaces, and it is not, the SDGs is not just for institutions, and it was built for everyone, and everyone can do a little, like a thing for each of the actions of the SDGs. And I think we just have to, I think I'll close with the phrase that was said in the last panel, and we have to democratize the conversation, even the local voluntary reviews. I mean, it's a language barrier there. There are a lot of challenges on even the conversation around the SDGs in the world. I mean, like not everyone has the possibilities to speak English or to read English. And we as country level, partners, we have to not just bring the SDGs to the municipalities, but to translate them to their own languages and their own beliefs and etc. So just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Priscilla. I'll take that as your key thing between now and 2030, really, through the engagement, really translating, understanding language, engaging everybody. A lot of talk about dialogue, but of course dialogue's not enough. We also need to go to action urgently. And so maybe this is the point for the 30-second intervention from everybody about the one thing that they would do to make partnerships happen between now and 2030. And I'm going to start with you, Yunus, because you have your hand up.
Maybe 30 seconds, but maybe even less. I think it's people's power. I really like Priscilla's comment that this is not a commitment of presidents or prime ministers or mayors even. It should be the commitments of the citizens, and we should make them feel part of it. And I think that's the biggest thing that was not existing in the Agenda 21 era. The campaigning from the UN, this community, this interconnectedness of the world, and the digital opportunities are hugely immense for us to make sure that we can deliver the things that we were not able to deliver before. So making people part of this process is the biggest thing, that it's beyond political interest, but really it's a benefit to the citizens. That is what we should make sure everyone to feel.
Fantastic, thank you. Yes, bringing in, making sure people are fully engaged and part of the process. Great. Danielle, your one thing, 30 seconds.
Thank you. There are so many things, but the one thing that I would like to highlight is that to foster trust, we need to make partnerships more fit for purpose. And with this, I mean results focused and accountable to address key emerging challenges and their implications. And to do this, we have to recognize the importance of countries as key development partners to ensure the proper understanding of the challenge, building solutions, and the delivery of actions. So partnerships, I think, need to be scaled up, and we need much more strategic partnerships around national priorities.
Brilliant, thank you so much. Shahamin.
Yes, thank you, Darian. I think I agree with all my panelists now, but what I would like to say is that I think we have to have a top-down, bottom-up approach. Policies are there, but policies have to be implemented properly. It has to be monitored. And for me, I feel that we need to work together on more public-private partnerships, as well as partnerships with private sector and NGOs. So already UNGC in Bangladesh is doing that, facilitating that process of partnership. But I think what also needs to happen, we have to forget about that donor approach to partnership. It cannot be the funder dictating what needs to be done, but exactly seeing what is the priority. So I feel like looking into sort of a regional as well as local level of partnership, but also I want to state here, I think at a regional level, even we can look at platforms like SAARC, ASEAN for Asia, where we can integrate our cooperation with different partners and get a concrete impact. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, the importance of ensuring that all the development partners was kind of on the same page and trying to support in the same, yes, be able to support in ways that are supportive of partnering. Carlos.
Sure, I'll be very brief as well. I can't say one thing, I'll say three, but they're all very much linked. I'd say improve coordination, better monitoring, and most importantly, accountability. I think we just focus on those three things over the next, for this final phase, the next 7 years, and we can actually see the change that we need. So I'll repeat again, better coordination, better monitoring, and actual accountability for the actions that we implement.
Thank you so much. And of course, that resonates with some of the things that Celeste said earlier, but I think, Celeste, I think you're the last on the list, so go ahead.
Well, I'd like to use this opportunity to share a Hawaiian word of kako, which means all of us. And actually kako, it says all of us, but in a way that is diverse to each individual. So I would say all of us in a locally and culturally appropriate way. That's what partnerships are, and that's what trust is. So I heard it from all of our colleagues on the call as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Celeste. Can you just repeat that word?
Kako, K-A-K-O-U, all of us.
Thank you so much. Florence, last word to you.
Thank you. I didn't want to be left behind. So I'll talk about, I guess, the Inter-Alia principle, the one on 2030 agenda, common but differentiated responsibility. I think it's good for us to all, as different stakeholders, to acknowledge that we have a common agenda but have different responsibilities. And with that, we'll not have the issues of competition, the working in silos, And so we have a framework that can, of course, give us the ability to work together and have effective and mutual partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody, for such valuable insights into this whole area of how do we make partnerships happen at the country level, at scale? How do we engage all stakeholders? How do we help people, all sectors, to understand an alignment of interest through dialogue, through partnership building? Sometimes we have to deal with trust issues, and sometimes there are residual mistrust that has to be dealt with before we can get going on partnering. We've heard a lot about the need for this sort of transparency and accountability, and around measurement and coordination. And this is the other key point, is that there's so much that is going on. There's so much goodwill and desire to work effectively, but we need these types of mechanisms and platforms to be able to coordinate and bring the players together to deliver more and more effective partnership at country level. So thank you all very much indeed for all of your brilliant insights, and thank you so much to the audience as well for sharing so many comments and questions that we brought into the discussion. Thank you all very much. Next session starts in 11 minutes time. Bye-bye.
morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you from wherever around the world you are joining. I'm in Europe, it's 5:30 my time. In New York, it is 11:30. So it is now time to start the third and final session of the day on youth, basically. My name is Suzanne Solz. I'm the project leader of Partnerships 2030 based at GIZ, Germany's International Cooperation Agency. We work all around multi-stakeholder partnerships, providing information around it, training around it, and advising and supporting any existing and new partnerships. It is my great pleasure to be here today to facilitate this session. And I welcome all of you around the world who are either just joining for this session or maybe also who've already been in the previous sessions and hopefully enjoyed a nice 10-minute break since the last session. So the previous sessions were on building partnerships for unlocking financing for the SDGs and on building partnerships at the country level to leverage resources from all sectors of society, both very interesting topics, and we had some great insights. And this third session will be on unleashing the creativity, knowledge, and energy of youth for multi-stakeholder partnerships. So we will go into the details of all the things that are entailed in that with the panelists in a little bit. Starting out, I want to say that we will not go into the definitions of exactly until what age does somebody count as youth, or exactly what do we mean with a multi-stakeholder partnership. But I think in our heads, we all know that youth are the younger generation amongst us, and that multi-stakeholder partnership means that organizations and individuals from various sectors, such as the public sector, the private sector, civil society, maybe academia, media, international organizations, so a broad range of different stakeholders cooperate towards achieving the SDGs. So those are the kinds of things we want to talk about. I won't repeat any housekeeping rules. I think by now, hopefully you've all seen that there's a chat box and a Q&A function where you're welcome to put things, and we will try to pick some of them up in the next 75 minutes we have for this session. We have 6 panelists, or at least hopefully once the last one has joined. Otherwise, we have 5 interesting panelists who come from youth, civil society, academia, and the public sector. You can see their names and roles here: Krista Schrank, Sophie Howe, Ines Yabar, Satesh Bidesi, Emmanuel Cosmas Mosoka, and Kimboa Richard, who might or might not be here yet. I hope I pronounced the names roughly right. If not, dear panelists, please correct me when you do speak. We will have at least 4 rounds of questions, and like I mentioned, hopefully also be able to bring in some of the questions you all from the participants who would like to ask. The topics or rounds we have prepared will look at resources a youth can bring towards partnerships in the SDGs, some of the barriers and challenges that exist for that, more broadly unleashing the energy, creativity, and knowledge of youth, and then also how we can avoid tokenism, in particular with bringing in youth. The plan is to have quite a lively conversation, so I would like to remind the panelists to please keep their answers fairly brief, but then have the chance to talk more often, to please bring in concrete examples from your very different, diverse backgrounds in terms of geographies, but also in terms of the kinds of work you do and the organizations you come from. And feel free to bring in concrete examples, because I believe that that will be of particular interest to the audience today. So I will start with the first question and then introduce the panelists again as I ask them to comment on this first question. I will keep my introductions quite brief because, of course, the person who knows best who you are and what you do is you. So if you would like to bring in a bit more detail about your background, then please feel free to do so yourself, and please also relate it to the question at hand around the youth and multi-stakeholder partnerships. So the first question I would like to ask you is, what are the key resources that young people can bring into the development and implementation of partnerships for the SDGs? And again, maybe also some specific examples you have. I would like to start with the young people themselves. So we have with us here today Ines Yabar, who's a lead fellow of Next Generation Fellows and a young activist from Peru. And I hope we can see all the panelists' videos now as we go into the panel discussion. So Ines, what are some of the resources you and other young people can bring?
Oh, I struggle to unmute. Thank you so much. Yes, I am the lead Next Generation Fellow for the UN Foundation, and I'm here also as a young person, as you mentioned. I think one of the things that we bring the most is our adaptability and resilience. Last year, I had the privilege of working on what we called the Youth Power Principles with Russell's Development, a series of 10 principles of what youth power really is. And that was one of the ones that most young people really resonated with. We really don't stick to something that necessarily we're going to continue because we believe that we're right. We're also adapting ourselves. I also think that as young people, we're very inclusive, and that's something that I'm particularly looking forward to working towards this year, as we're trying to break what we call the golden circle of young people, because I sit here as a young Peruvian, but I don't represent all Peruvians. I also don't represent all youth, and I also come from a more privileged background than some people. So making sure that we're inclusive is something that as young people, we've been talking a lot about last year and will continue to do this year. And the third one I'd like to highlight out of those 10 that we worked on was listening. And I feel like, as you've mentioned today, Suzanne, we often want to talk a lot and say a lot and feel like we have a lot to say, but there's also a lot of value in listening and hearing what others have to say so that we can build better partnerships and bigger commitments together and work together towards those. So I'll stop there because you have asked us to be brief, but those are 3 that I'd like to highlight.
Thank you very much, Ines. I hope I'm not being too pushy on the short front, because those were indeed very interesting. And I must say, in all my schooling and university, nobody ever mentioned the importance of listening. So I had to be 30 something until that was really pointed out to me. So I think it's fantastic if people are able to learn that earlier in life, because I do agree with you, Ines, it's extremely valuable. So thank you. We also have with us today Emmanuel Cosmas Musoka, who is a UNEF youth advocate and a young innovator and champion for children's rights based in Tanzania. So Emmanuel, what is your take? What do young people bring?
Thank you so much. My name is Emmanuel Cosmas, and I'm glad to join every one of you today. As a young person, I believe that young people can bring unique perspective and set of skills to the development and implementation of a partnership for the Sustainable Development Goals. One key resource that young people can bring in is our ability to think creatively and outside the box. We often have different perspectives on problems, and we are not limited to traditional ways of thinking, which can lead to new and innovative solutions. I recall my participation in the United Nations General Assembly that took place last year in New York. I attended one of the side events that was organized by UNICEF Canada. And one among the inputs that I gave is a perspective of how innovation can be used to solve climate change. And this is to look at young people who are doing innovation to be supported to ensure that their innovations are also meeting the demands that are required in the demands that are needed in the community and meeting the needs that are in the community, but also to ensure that young people are coming up with innovations that are able to solve problems sustainably. And also they're taking over some of the innovations that were done previously, which have effects in the society. Another key resource that young people can bring is our ability to use technology and social media to mobilize and engage other young people, as well as raise awareness about the Sustainable Development Goals. I believe that many young people are proficient in using social media platforms and digital tools, which can be leveraged to create awareness and mobilize young people to participate in the partnership of the Sustainable Development Goals. Some other key examples that young people can take place, or some of the things that young people can be involved in partnership or Sustainable Development Goals include young people can be involved in the design and implementation of a Sustainable Development project. This is included by providing inputs on the works that can be done, and also to give a perspective of what does not work in the community where young people are the leaders. Also, young people can be part of monitoring and evaluation committees to ensure that the projects that are on track are meeting the intended goals, and also are ensuring that they're involving young people in a larger community. One last thing that young people can do is also being involved in the advocacy and awareness programs that can be taken to promote the Sustainable Development Goals. This includes mobilizing other young people to take action, because as a person who have been doing innovation and also been taking different workshops in local communities, it's really easy for a young person to listen from other young person. And so the involvement of young people in the awareness and advocacy programs, it's really easy to mobilize other young people to take place in bringing about the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. So many interesting and worthwhile points that I think you've mentioned. So maybe we can also pick those up in this round of question or other comments by panelists. Feel free to react to each other as well. I think there's a lot more that we could say about all that you've just brought in, Emmanuel. We were planning to have a third young person, Excel Botwell from the Seychelles, but unfortunately she had something else come up on short notice. So I'm happy, Ines and Emmanuel, you already brought in so many good points. Next, I would like to ask Mr. Satish Bidesi, who's a professor of public health and preventive medicine at St. George's University in Grenada. So maybe not as young as the previous two speakers anymore, Satish. So you bring in a different perspective. From your perspective, what is it that young people do bring to partnerships and the SDGs?
Thank you, Suzanne. Greetings to my panel guests and colleagues. Pleasure to join you guys in the session today. I believe what Ines and Emmanuel share with us thus far are aspirations of young people. What are their projections? What is it that they want for their lives and societies that they belong to? When we think about resources, we think about tangible items sometimes. But I think young persons and their aspirations that can project out the eventualities of how we shape and form our societies, and indeed from a sustainable perspective. When I think about young people as well, I cannot help but compare, let's say, the older generation, and by no means with ill intentions. The older generations would have spent a lot of time and effort and energy and resources developing the society, the environment, sometimes though without appreciating the consequences of actions. Young people now have that opportunity. They have that luxury, in a sense, of not necessarily seeking to build infrastructure, seeking to develop wealth. Those systems are now in place. So young persons have the opportunity to engage with their creativity and their innovation. And that allows for them to look at the lessons in the past, see what worked, see what did not work, and provide that ability to chart the way forward, one that should be successful and one that should be sustainable as well.
Thank you, Satish. Maybe if I may, do you have any examples that make a bit more concrete what you've just said by any chance?
Sure, I can tell you during COVID-19, I have students, graduates now indeed, that took up the challenge of mental health during COVID-19, when the legislation, the infrastructure, in fact, the public health services does not, or in a limited context, provide mental health services. We've had physicians who are specialized in pediatrics and psychology, and they develop Reach Within, which is a non-governmental organization where our graduates and students developed a network of mental health practitioners to work with our high school students, with our community representatives, and that is now to a national mental health services that government is actually acknowledging and getting involved in as well. And that really came about as it relates to their ability to identify an issue that seemingly the general society was unable to, and certainly it's now part of the mainstream conversation and basket of services offered in public health.
Thank you very much, Satish, for that very nice and concrete example as well. Next, I would like to ask you, Ms. Sophie Howe, who is, or for the others, she is a Future Generations Commissioner for Wales. And now I have a general idea what you do as a Future Commissioner, but I think, Sophie, of course, you can tell us much better. So please, it would be very interesting, I think, to hear a little bit more what that actually is.
Well, thank you. It's my pleasure to be with you. So Wales is the first country in the world to legislate to protect the interests of future generations and to set out a vision of the Wales that we want to leave, the country we want to leave behind to our children, our grandchildren, future generations to come, through 7 interconnected wellbeing goals, which link back to the SDGs. And it also, the legislation also creates an independent commissioner. So my job is to be the guardian of the interests of the future generations of Wales, so really to hold the government and other institutions to account on how they consider the interests of future generations in the decisions that they're taking today. And we've seen a lot of changes in public policy in Wales as a result of this legislation. But I guess to the question, because this is something that I've thought a lot about, spoken to a lot of young people about, and challenged some of our systems and leaders, current leaders, on as well. I think that, I certainly agree with Ines that young people are adaptable and inclusive. Other speakers have also referenced creativity. And I also think that young people are connected connected in a way that current generations of leaders are, have never been as connected perhaps as young people. And all of those kind of 4 elements that I've mentioned there are actually really key skills that we're going to need in the future across the board, but particularly leadership skills for the future. I also think that there's certainly something around young people challenging our current systems and challenging perhaps the economic model that we operate within, challenging concepts around, do we really all need to be driving cars, or actually do we all prefer not to own cars and to perhaps rent them when we need to and to use public transport. In the United Kingdom, for example, there's a decline in the number of young people actually even learning to drive because they're wanting this shift back into using public transport and sustainable methods of travel. Young people are increasingly part of the circular and sharing economy. So my own children, my own future generations don't buy any of their clothes new. They buy it secondhand from platforms that other young people have created to sell and to share. And this is quite different to how older generations and current generations of leaders are perhaps thinking about things. And that's why it's so important that we are bringing a younger person's perspective to this, and also making sure that our current leaders are utilising the kind of views, experiences of young people, because our current leaders have never been, they are not digital natives. They won't have been experiencing or experience climate anxiety in the same way that our young people are, and yet they're taking decisions which will affect the futures that our young people, and indeed those yet to be born, will lead. So I think that there's this hugely important perspective for young people to actually mentor existing leaders. And in Wales, I've established something called a Future Leaders Academy, where exactly that happens. So 50 of our young leaders across Wales are what we call reverse mentoring current leaders. So challenging their assumptions on things, asking them how they've considered the interests of future generations, and also having a personal kind of safe environment for those current leaders to really work through what are the issues that are affecting young people, and how do I navigate my own leadership style in that way. And I think thinking of things like that, rather than traditionally what's happened is older people should impart their knowledge on young people. We absolutely need to turn that on its head, because younger people need to impart their knowledge and their insight on current generations and older generations of leaders, so that they themselves are being challenged to take decisions which are fit for the future.
Thank you very much, Sophie. Again, many good points, and I think they resonate with what Ines said about listening and what Emmanuel said about innovation. So there are some common themes coming out here, I would say. Next, I would like to ask Mr. Kimboa Richard, but I'm not sure if he was able to join us, because also in our previous technical check-in call, he had some connectivity issues. So if you are here, please do give me a shout, or if you join later, let me know. Otherwise, I'm sure we can also bring in some civil society perspective via the chat and Q&A, which have been very active, but I haven't been able to follow because I want to listen also as our panelists speak, but we have a system in place that hopefully will enable us to bring in those questions. But for now, it is my pleasure to ask Ms. Christa Schwang for her views. She is the president of the European Economic and Social Committee. And again, I do know what that is and what you do, but Christa, you can tell us in much more detail and better than I can. So over to you on what you do and what are the key resources that young people can bring in your view.
Thank you very much, Susanna, and thank you very much for this invitation to participate in this panel, which is really close to my heart. And you have already mentioned quite a lot of points. Allow me first to introduce, as you have announced, the European Economic and Social Committee. We are an advisory body. We do consist of 329 members, and we do advise European institutions. We do represent around 90 million people, from workers, trade unions, and organized civil society at large. And the topic of today, youth engagement, is particularly close to my heart, I have to say. And also, of course, that's to the of the European Economic and Social Committee. Against this background, because I'm a president since October 2020, so in the middle of the pandemic, And there we already saw what young people can bring in order to alleviate the consequences of the pandemic. My vision is that we have a European Union that prospers economically, socially inclusive, and environmentally sustainable. And for that, we particularly need the views of young people. As you might know, 2022 was the European Year of Youth, and we have been, as institution, actively involved. Beyond that, we have been a fervent defender of youth, and we have worked closely with youth representatives. Young people, also at the forefront of change, are still often underrepresented. And yet they must be able, and we've heard that today, that they must be able to shape their future, which is, you mentioned listening, Ines, you, Emmanuel, mentioned innovation, and you, Sophie, said how important it is that we really turn our heads and that we listen to young people. I could only echo that. What we do is that we involve young people each and every year. We invite 16, 17 years old to come to Brussels and to participate in and to engage with European commissioners and to have their say in, it's called Your Europe, Your Say, where we really work on topics with young people, and we then take on also their opinions on board and bring them forward to the European institutions. I do believe that the European Year of Youth was quite valuable, but it's just a once-off event, and that's not how it should be. It can be the beginning of something bigger, and I think now that we follow up with the European Year of Skills is really important on that as well. What we have asked during this European year is for a youth test, and that means that young people should be engaged more throughout the whole decision-making process. So from the drafting stage up to the implementation, the monitoring, and the follow-up. And what we also called for is a leading role for youth organizations in which they share the ownership of initiatives, projects, and events. We call also for all European institutions to implement this youth test. And I think the youth lens through which future decisions need to be seen is an extremely important one. And I hope this is a best practice that can multiply globally. We have also called for creation of a structure representing youth organizations in all European institutions so that young people can be involved in building Europe's future. Allow me also to give a few more examples. In July 21, we launched the Youth Climate and Sustainability Roundtables. There is space for regular and meaningful dialogue between youth and decision makers. They take place twice a year, and they're hosted by the European Economic and Social Committee in cooperation with the youth organizations in the European Commission. And each EU Youth Roundtable is on a specific topic related to climate and sustainability. And each time a group of around 10 young representatives meet with commissioners whose portfolio is relevant for the discussions. And finally, since 2021, we also include and fully integrate a youth delegate in the European delegation to the Conference on the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, so the COP27 as we had just this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Krista. So many things going on, quite impressive. So when I take all of what you've just said, that gives me quite a optimistic, or even a very, very optimistic and good picture. But in practice, I think it's probably not always quite so easy. So let's also be a bit more realistic and look at some of the barriers and challenges there are for involving youth in partnerships for the SDGs. Now in this round and future rounds, dear panelists, if you would like to go first because you have something you really want to say, feel free to give me a sign with a physical or virtual raised hand. And if not, of course, I will call on you and make sure you all have a say. So as I don't see any hands yet, Emmanuel, would you like to start with any challenges you've maybe encountered?
Thank you so much. And there are several barriers. And before I move on to that, I would like to thank you, Krista, for what she has mentioned. And thank you for echoing some of the things. But also, I've heard of lots of youth engagement in the European Union. And I'm extending this interest to get an opportunity to come and learn more about what is being done there, so as I can get back to the East African community and African Union to share that and get to know how we can improve in Africa. And so if there's a room to that, I'll be more than happy to be engaged so as I can learn more and get back to strengthen our youth engagement in Africa and in my country, as well as in the East African community. There are several barriers and challenges that can make it difficult to involve youth in partnership of the Sustainable Development Goals. Some of the main challenges that are faced include limited access to information and resources. Most of us young people do not have access to the information about the Sustainable Development Goals. And it's really hard for us to know how we can get involved to ensure that the partnership can also help to achieving the Sustainable Development Goal. I've been running a project that is going to local schools to train them about sustainability. This includes to introduce them to Sustainable Development Goals and also helping them to understand how they can be able to solve those problems at a school level. The last project that we did, we brought about 30 young people from local schools to a community where they can discuss and get to know that they're creative and they have ideas to how they solve these issues, but they do not need to start at a global level. They can start at the school level. It's the issue about land pollution or no other things that are affecting the environment. They can start by having dustbins in school. This program was really effective, but getting to these schools helped me realize that there's a limited access to information about the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is a challenge because most people do not know about this, especially in rural areas, and we need to give awareness about this. The second thing is the lack of youth representation decision-making process, where young people are often not included in decision-making process related to the Sustainable Development Goals, which makes it difficult for us to have our voice in how partnership developed and implemented. I was part of the national delegation that supported the food summit, which was Nutrition Food Summit in Tanzania. And through this, I was capable of being part of a decision-making process. And I gave out opinions of how we can do things, which was really different from how they actually planned. But I was the only one who got that opportunity. But there are many other young people who have different ideas of how things can be done in the decision-making process who are not involved. And so it's a 1 out of 10, let's say, we are having that chance to get those opportunities. But I think more young people can be involved. But also there's limited funding for youth-led initiatives. This is often a lack of funding for youth-led initiatives, which can make it difficult for young people to develop and implement their own projects related to Sustainable Development Goals. I'm running an NGO that's called the Changemakers Foundation, where I brought together young people who are passionate to bring about the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda into reality. But however, it's me and also some other young people who have founded different NGOs. We lack funding so as we can really deliver this message or ensure that other young people are aware about Sustainable Goals and they're also taking the initiative. Some other things include limited skills and experience, where many young people are not having those skills and experience needed to effectively participate in partnership for Sustainable Goals. Some of the things that we have access to is the internet, where we have some different online courses where people can learn about the Sustainable Goals, but this is not accessible to everyone. And I think we need to rethink and reimagine how we can ensure that everyone has a skill and experience enough about the Sustainable Goals so as they can easily get into track to ensure that we achieve them. To overcome these barriers, it's important to create more opportunity for young people to participate in decision-making and implementation, but also provide access to information and resources and increase funding for young people-led initiatives. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Manuel. And in the meantime, I see Richard Kambowa has been able to join us, maybe despite some technical issues. Welcome, Richard. We're glad you could make it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
For the others, you are a program manager at the Uganda Coalition for Sustainable Development. So we're happy to also have you as civil society on the panel. We had a first round of questions already, Richard. We're now on the second round, but maybe for you, you can now do both of those questions at once. And also, if you would like to say a bit more about who you are and what you do, feel free to do that. So the first question was around what are the key resources that young people can bring for partnerships for the SDGs? And then also the second question, on the other hand, what are some barriers and challenges?
Yeah, thank you very much, Suzanne. And I've been listening in, by the way, Emmanuel and others. And somehow I have sent in my typed stuff on the first question, but I'll just quickly summarize it. That for me, the key resources young people can bring into the development planning of partnerships. First of all, the numbers. Where I am, young people, the population of young people is big, and therefore you can count on them to be able to mobilize both physical but also virtually to influence and to get, SDGs into action. So this is a huge opportunity that we are sitting on, and I think it is really a powerful area that we can explore. And then of course they are connected with the others in around the region, but also globally. Increasingly, they are being connected, and they talk, they plan, and therefore this is also a very good opportunity to get young people to work together, north, south, 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 and so on and so forth. And then the last part of that question is their representation. It's clear that young people are being represented at different levels, in different planning and decision-making spheres. I have in case of where I am, young people are represented in parliament, in local governments. They are active in the media, but also at the global level increasingly. And therefore, I see that as an opportunity. Maybe the judgment can be how far are they delivering, but the thing is, the spaces is there for them to do something. And then quickly on the barriers, I have only 3 barriers just to add on what I think Emmanuel has done it very well. Where I am, I work for an NGO network where we also engage with young people, but ours is basically engaging with SDGs that are related to the environment and climate change. And therefore, the first of the 3, which I wanted to share as barriers and challenges, is that the limited opportunities for young people to reduce poverty. The poverty challenge is big. Many of many young people are trying to make a living, but what they are doing, they are virtually mining the earth. They are mining the natural resources. So there are limited opportunities for them to engage from anything beyond the environment in which they are living. And therefore, they then speed up the environmental challenges or problems that they are living in. So the idea is to focus on medium term instead of long-term targets, long-term investments, long-term. They see things like tomorrow. They want to eat. They want to get some income for today and tomorrow. So what about in many years to come? A challenge. Then the structural barriers, environmental degradation. This is completely outside their own sphere. Probably it is outside what they can do. Environmental degradation is one. They don't have alternatives in terms of technology transfer. They are doing things, income generating, but it needs maybe better technologies. They need skills like what Emmanuel said. And then above all, there are cultural settings that still lock out young people's ideas with where I am. And therefore, when they talk, then the older people think the young people should not talk directly, but rather through other circles. So that's also a challenge, as I see. And then lastly, so that the young people, for me, is not a homogeneous group. It is a whole range of, first of all, you can say formal and informal. You can say girls and boys. You can say rural and urban. You can say rich and poor. You can classify them as many groups as possible. Therefore, the thing on them, young people living them as homogeneous is still a challenge, because then we eventually end up only looking at that particular group and assume that everyone is like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, indeed. I saw some nodding there and a hand going up. Yes, Satesh, please.
Sure. Thank you, Susan. And to add to Richard's point on the structural limitations, there are legal structural limitations. I can give you an example. In some Caribbean countries, there's a minimum age requirement to even be considered as a political leader, or even as a prime minister or president of a country as well. So there are some legal restrictions that restrict the engagement of younger persons in formalized systems. There are cultural limitations as well. When I was a kid growing up, I remember my parents would always try to maybe separate me when other aunts and uncles were around, because they were having big people discussion and kids were not part of that conversation. So there's a cultural barrier that exists as well. We sometimes do not share the same space. So if we're not in the same location, then it's difficult to communicate. What I mean by location, it includes the virtual space as well as the physical space. The young persons are in sports, they are in entertainment, but we're not there. They are on TikTok, they are on other platforms. we are not there, or if we're there, we're not engaged in them at that level. So with some of these structural limitations, I believe it not only translates to a lack of representation, but even interest and motivation for young persons to even participate.
Thank you, Satesh. Ines, you were nodding along earlier when Richard was talking. Would you like to comment and add?
Yes, I've been nodding along throughout with a lot of interventions, and I realized I didn't introduce what a Next Generation Fellow is, and that might be helpful for those watching. So I've listened to other speakers and what they've said about their roles, and we'll do the same. So basically, as a Next Generation Fellow, I work with young people from around the world to make sure that we tackle the biggest challenges facing our generation and the next generation as well, and making sure that we're turning that into action, working not only among ourselves, and I love what Satesh just said, but working intergenerationally as well. And so I think I could turn all of the different elements that we said before of what young people bring on their head and say those are sometimes barriers when we're not receiving the same thing from other partners. So whether it is people not listening to us, or people not adapting, or people not being truthful, etc. We could put it that way. But also, as I mentioned, in the last year, I had the privilege of working with young people on what youth power was to them, and parallel to that, also working on, okay, what do they actually need and that they're lacking? So through that, we realized that a lot of people aren't trusting young people to lead. Maybe they're trusting us to be a part of something, but not necessarily lead. And I love what you said earlier, Sophie, of kind of also turning mentorship on its head and making sure that we're trusting young people to lead in those kinds of scenarios as well. I think Emmanuel mentioned earlier, training is definitely something that is lacking, to put young people on the same level of conversations, or depending on the diversity that we've all been talking about, some young people will need extra training to make sure that they're also included. Also, we're not always prioritizing the safety and happiness of young people, protecting the health and safety of young people, especially mental health. Many times young people are brought into different things and not compensated actually, or compensated fairly enough. And so young people are doing unpaid work and then are out of pocket, and then there are mental health issues. So that is also an issue that comes up. I think accountability is something that we're talking about as well in the youth space, and making sure that we have dynamic accountability that allows young people to participate fully, and being transparent with youth. I prefer someone to tell me this is how much we can help, as opposed to setting false expectations as well of what our youth engagement will be like. And maybe I'd finalize with that flexibility. And sometimes we are in rigid systems that don't allow us to be as flexible as we should be, and giving young people that space to really be flexible and to innovate and to create new ways to have impact, I think is something that we should be doing more.
Thank you, Ines. We've heard about a lot of barriers. Krista and Sophie, both of your jobs and organizations are all about involving young people. So have you experienced those barriers or other ones? Who of you would like to add and comment? Krista, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Here I would like to refer really to the European Youth Action Plan that comes from the EU External Action for 2022 to 2027. I think it's a good basis for discussion and further action on the subject. And they identified indeed 3 axes of partnership that can be explored. So the first one would be the partnership to engage, and that means increasing young people's voices in policy and decision making. I think I've talked about that, and for us this is really of particular importance, but also the partnership to empower. And here comes in what Emmanuel just referred to, saying that, and also Ines, that we need to put people on an equivalent level, on the same level, and we need to give opportunities to people in order to come on that. But I think I would like to work on that more in the next question. And also the partnership to connect. And here I think fostering opportunities for young people to network and exchange with their peers worldwide would be the solution. But here, of course, we see that there is some, let's say, restriction financially So there is an issue with how do you really finance that get together. And you were referring to social media, Satash, just beforehand. I would like to know and ask Ines and Emmanuel, how do you connect? What are the tools that you are using in order to get your messages across? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Krista. Again, quite a hopeful note. So it seems like we, or you and your organization, are able to overcome some of the barriers we heard about to a large extent as well. How about you, Sophie? Any barriers that are making it difficult sometimes?
Yes, I mean, I think a number of them have been spoken about. So, you know, resources being, you know, a real barrier. I think that there's something about sometimes us, you know, doing the engagement with young persons equivalent of greenwashing, so playing lip service to engaging with young people and listening to young people. And I think that in itself almost leads to sort of involvement or consultation fatigue, in that if young people can't see what the impact of their input and their insight and their contribution is, then I think, you know, some of the you know, the willingness to engage further can decline. And I think also, you know, Satash's point about, you know, where do these things happen? I remember when I was 21, I was elected as a local councillor in my city, and just going into that, I was the youngest councillor in Wales, going into that environment, not understanding what the standing orders of the council were, the procedures of the council, when I could speak, when I wasn't allowed to speak, how the whole thing worked. And nobody ever tells you any of that stuff. I had to, you know, to learn as I was doing it. And so these systems and structures that operate, which I suppose become the norm for current generations who are operating within them, are completely, you know, they're like dark arts and wizardry, not just to young people, but actually to the rest of the world in many cases. So there is something, I think, about breaking down some of those barriers. The other point that I really want to make is that I think that the barriers and the solutions actually are both structural and organizational. So when I say that, what I'm talking about are some of these structures in terms of how we engage, how we feed back. Are we just paying lip service? Are young people really permeating the decision-making infrastructure of organizations? But also then within the organizations themselves. So I believe that young people have a role at every level of decision-making. So yes, it might be in the big sort of political forums, but equally, it should be within the organisations who are then taking forward the decisions or forming the kind of way in which decisions and evidence is presented and so on. So some of the things that I've been doing in Wales is really challenging our government and others to say, well, actually, you know, far from having apprenticeship programmes where, say, young people leaving the public care system can come in and, you know, do administration or perhaps do some IT, actually we should be valuing their input as core policymakers within the civil service, within the machinery of government, and value that kind of lived experience and that input that they can bring in crafting that policy. Yes, of course, you're always going to want to engage, involve, and take that wider perspective throughout the decision-making infrastructure. But I think we really need to be purposefully going out and seeking young people with this diverse range of voices to be actually within our organisational infrastructure as well.
Thank you very much, Sophie. For the next round of questions, I have quite a broad question. So in practice, what does it take to unleash the energy, creativity, and knowledge of youth towards partnerships for the SDGs? So that's, I think, a chance to bring in some concrete examples, maybe inspiring stories or anecdotes that you've lived. And also, since it's so broad, feel free to also take into account, if you like, some of the questions that participants have put in the chat. So there was one, for example, Satish, taking up your point on technology and the role it can play. So maybe if you like, you could elaborate a little bit on the opportunities and maybe also the challenges that technology has for bringing in young people for partnerships for the SDGs.
Sure. So I believe that matter, whether it's electricity or water It tends to take the path of least resistance. And that may be the same for people, especially young people. With that in mind, all the barriers and challenges we just discussed, we got to remove them. We got to work around them as it relates to how we can really unleash this energy, that the potential and the actuality is there from young people. Now, we engage technology because it has a potential and it does provide an avenue to unleash that creativity and innovation as well. Even during the narrative as it relates to the public health measures in terms of wearing masks, social distancing, vaccination. How did we get that message across? Well, we attempted through person-to-person interactions, we attempted through media campaigns, radio, television, newspaper, etc. But what I felt occurred in parallel with the pandemic was an infodemic as it relates to issues surrounding the information connected to the pandemic. We needed people to champion, we needed people to dissect out that narrative as it relates to what was considered health promoting and what was not. We found in Grenada compliance as it relates to the public health measures to prevent or to reduce the impact of COVID-19 to be driven by young people. We trained the high school kids. You see, the reason is to get to the homes. The best way to do that is to get to the students, to the kids. If you want to recycle, teach young people to recycle. They will take that back home. Similarly, for COVID-19, we empowered. We engage young persons on social media, on online platforms, because that was the only space we were able to connect with them and allow that to transfer back into the homes and hopefully to the communities, to the population. And that served to what I consider to be a very successful response to COVID-19 from the Grenadian context as well. And that was driven not only from the perspective of young people, but also the tools and technologies that they use at the same time.
Thank you very much, Satish. Who would like to go next, dear panelists?
I can. Susan?
Go on, please.
Yes, thank you. I think first of all, I want to to answer Christy EU, I think from EU. Just the question on the use of social media. I think from where I am, I think young people have been able to use whatever they have, smartphones increasingly, and they're able to share pictures. And in that way, apart from the pictures, they're also able to share via WhatsApp. WhatsApp is quite popular. And therefore, they are able to, first of all, form their own groups and they are able to share information to self-organize in that regard. And therefore, in doing this, then they have been able to get together virtually, first of all, and eventually they have been able to do things. I know a group that I'm working with that has been able to mobilize and are able to rehabilitate an island that has recently had some floods and everything. So they're able to mobilize resources even outside Uganda, and they are somehow small way they have been able to restore, gradually restoring that environment and also helping people out of that sort of calamity. So in a way, social media, especially WhatsApp, Instagram, especially those two are quite useful, and they are being actively being used by young people, those who can access smartphones. That's it. And then in the question of what it takes to unleash the energy and creativity, I think for me the key thing is self-organizing. What do I mean here is that young people should first of all know what they want. The pressure to have them organized is there. Most of the time, external forces, I want to put them in quotes, different agencies, they work very hard to organize young people. And in doing that, what Sophie said is the result that is this greenwashing. Some small token of financial support is available, And then it's not necessarily what the young people need in the long run. It is only short term, 1-2 years, and that's all. So they should know what they want, when and how, instead of being cornered into groups with tokens, the tokenism that you mentioned in this in the question, I think that comes later on. So and other promises. So it should be in that regard that self-organizing. I underscore that. It should be if you are to facilitate young people, let's facilitate them to self-organize and then know what they want, and then they should be able to move forward with this SDGs implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. There was also a question in the Q&A by participants asking, do the panel members, are they in favor of lowering the age for young people to be able to stand up as election candidates and voters for widening power and participation? And I was thinking, Sophie, maybe that's something that you have been dealing with as a question, right?
Yes, absolutely. I'm very much in favour of it. In fact, we 2 years ago lowered the voting age in Wales to 16. Still some way to go. I think that there are some interesting debates taking place at the moment around the ability of older people to vote when younger people can't vote. And I think that, that is an issue which is worth having a debate about, because we see so many things happen in our world at the moment where they've been decided on by people who won't necessarily experience the consequences of those actions. I think that certainly, formal mechanisms in a system, both in terms of the democratic system, in terms of voting, but also things like commissioners. So in Wales, we have a children's commissioner whose focus is the rights and interests of children, young people in the here and now. And then my role as Future Generations Commissioner, and I'm particularly looking at those decisions that are taken and how they will impact on younger generations in the future and those yet to be born. And I think that, certainly our experiences in Wales are that those sort of formal, bits of governance in the infrastructure, formal positions within the infrastructure of governance are really making an impact in terms of requiring our current decision makers to both include, involve, listen to young people and to consider the impacts of their decisions.
Thank you, Sophie. If I don't see hands, I will sort of take some of the questions and give them to who I think of you would like to go next. Wonderful, Ines. There's also a question to you to make it more precise about Peru and in how far you think young people can play a role also in the conflict between communities and mining companies. Quite specific. I don't know how involved you are. Otherwise, also feel free to answer more broadly for SDGs in Peru and beyond.
Great question, and I hadn't seen that come through. Thank you for flagging. I don't know if most of you have been following the situation in Peru currently, but we're in an interesting time, to put it lightly, where there is a lot of conflict between civil society and the government, which is a lot of the time seen as illegitimate. So I won't go into that because you can look it up online. But there is a lot of frustration and not feeling represented at the decision-making level, and that's very much coming from young people, but also coming from people who've been marginalized. So I think, as Satish was saying earlier, and Richard as well, there's just so many different types of people. We can't lump each other into just groups. And so young people are taking action and are trying to. So are people in indigenous communities or communities that are most marginalized, especially where mining companies are taking advantage of them many times. But sometimes we live in a world of power dynamics, and those power dynamics are unfortunately hindering those different groups. But I do want to respond on a more positive light in terms of what does it take to unleash the energy, creativity, and knowledge of youth and of other groups to achieve those SDGs. I've seen it many times in the past years. One specifically is when the Secretary General of the UN launched a broad process to invite us all to reflect and asked the UN Foundation to bring young people on board, leaders and activists, to shape solutions to address the different challenges that we're facing. And this was ahead of him publishing his Our Common Agenda report. So what we did was bring 600 young thinkers and activists from around the world, partner organizations and decision makers, to compile their thoughts and ideas and wishes to then kind of create a companion report to the Secretary General's Our Common Agenda report, which we called Our Future Agenda, which you can also find online. So that was a way of directly bringing the voices of young people to a decision maker that decided to listen. And I thought that was very, very powerful, because a lot of the recommendations in the Our Future Agenda report did appear in the Our Common Agenda report. And then a second way, maybe for those who aren't as research focused or don't like to write reports, is more those ideas. And again, we're saying that young people aren't a lump group. There are young people who love to research, others who love to campaign, others who love to be entrepreneurs. And what we've launched last year and are continuing this year is what we call the Big Brainstorm. And ahead of the SDG Summit, which is coming in September, we've launched kind of the year of action for the SDGs by young people. And so it's an opportunity for young thinkers and activists to come together and think about what they want to do this year with the support of our different partners. The UN Foundation works with a coalition that's called the I just forgot the name, which I shouldn't, because it's part of my job. But we work with the Unlock the Future Coalition. I'm trying again. And this is a group of 23 youth-led and youth-focused organizations that are supporting young people to take part, but any young person can, and come together and brainstorm those solutions and be supported by these organizations to do so. So I wanted to kind of bridge those two questions, both, of course, the difficulty that it is to engage, but also the different opportunities that we have to engage both at a national and an international multilateral level. And I do know Krista asked us a question earlier on how we're connecting. And I think one of those ways of connecting is, especially as we're seeing, locally and internationally, we can't connect in the same way. So of course, joining Zoom calls and collaborating in the multilateral space is open to some of us young people, but it's also important to find ways to connect locally in our different areas. So the last thing I will mention is the Youth Collective, which is a collective of youth-led and youth-focused organizations that bridges that gap between local solutions and how then they can access different funding, for example, as many times grassroots organizations aren't able to do that because of the different requirements of donors. And so making sure that these organizations can have access to different opportunities while they're working on the ground at grassroots level, also doing it in the multilateral space. I'll put the link in the chat, but I think I've spoken long enough. So back to you, Suzanne.
Thank you, Ines. And indeed, you've mentioned many initiatives, and I saw or have been trying to follow all the things you put in the chat. There was also a comment or question by somebody about creating a youth champion network. And I think what Ines has mentioned shows there's a lot going on already. So maybe rather than creating something new, I would recommend, at least for the international global level, to connect with what's already there. But of course, locally, like you mentioned, Ines, there might not always be something. And then it's up to the youth to be energetic and create something. We also had a question about the need to integrate young students for the SDGs, especially in developing or emerging countries. Now, Krista, you work in the EU, so what are some good practices that have worked in the EU, maybe also ones that other world regions and countries could learn from?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, if we talk about empowerment, for me, everything starts and falls with education. So education for me is the prime thing. And if we don't manage to get SDGs and the necessity to sustainable development put into education and curricula, the whole story is lost. But I'm aware that, of course, this is also a question of generations and of teachers who might not be up now and up and running and teaching what they should do in order to get young generations on the track. So I'm very well aware of that, but I think really making in line with SDG for make sustainable development a core component in curricula, not only in theory, but really in practice, must be the main aim. I mean, there is a study of OECD, and I'm not sure if you know it, it has been just recently published, and it shows that it maps the environmental sustainability competence of young people across the EU and OECD countries. And they found that there's, of course, a large disparity in environmental sustainability competence between students with different socioeconomic backgrounds. And they said that 600 million young people live in conflict or fragile situations, and about 264 million children and young people are not in school. And this confirms that we cannot stress enough the importance for inclusivity and accessibility for also these groups to get into education and to be part of this kind of training. We see also that young people have difficulties and experience difficulties from school to higher education, but also into the working life. So I think this is also something that member states, but also NGOs need to have focus on in order to see how we can overcome that. There was, there still is, I have to say, at European level, the so-called youth guarantee that enables young people within 3 months either to get education or to get a job offer. So this is for the European Union. I think this was a very promising activity, and it still is a very promising activity, and it helps really young people to get the education and to get jobs whenever they need it. I think when we talk about partnership and the partnership to connect, again, let me stress what we have done at the ESC level. So really trying to engage, and not only trying, but really engaging with young people in order to listen to them and do precisely what Sophie has pointed to do this reverse mentoring and learn from each other, not only one way around. So for me, this I think is really important. And if we want to fill the SDGs with life, we really need to bring that into education systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Totally agree. And I think the word listening and really listening to each other, young people, older people, different backgrounds in order for the SDGs to become a reality is totally crucial. Emmanuel, yes, you put your hand up, and indeed for this round of questions, what it actually takes in practice to unleash the energy, creativity and knowledge of youth. We've heard a lot, but we also want to hear from you, Emmanuel.
Thank you so much. I guess most of the things have been mentioned. This is to include increasing funding for youth-led initiatives, providing mentorship and guidance to young people so they can have access to mentors. And I guess most of Ines is here, and I'm also here. It's also a good platform for us to get new mentors who can guide us in different ways as we can move forward in ensuring that we are achieving this. But also there's one key thing that I think I need to mention, like we need to ensure that the partnerships that are being formed, they're youth-led and youth-centered, with youth are the main actors, but not only the beneficiaries. We have got into discussions where we are planning and making different ideas and making plans that are to be taken forward, but we as young people are only the beneficiaries, but are not the ones who are taking the lead in ensuring that we're implementing those things. And so this is just a call to all institutions that are working in ensuring that we achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. It's time now to ensure that these partnerships that are being formed, they are youth-led and youth-centered, with the young people as the main actors and not only the beneficiaries. That's the key point that I would like to outline right now.
Thank you, Manuel. Indeed, that also links to the previous sessions where we talked a bit more broadly about partnerships for the SDGs. And of course, young people are crucial, but there are many actors in society. And I think depending on the partnership and its particular goals, we need to then look at which group can play which role in which situation. Indeed. So time is flying. We have about 12 minutes left for the session and at least one question. Of course, we could talk about more. But I think we should stick to the plan to talk about the question how we can avoid tokenism and create real and meaningful engagement of youth in SDG-related partnerships. We've touched upon it, but I think there's much more to be said. I would still ask you to keep it brief as you answer that. Who would like to go first? Yes, please, Satesh.
Okay, so I think it's easy. We need to be cognizant, identify whatever are these elements of tokenism. Examples will be if you have a committee and there's a quota to have X number of youth representatives in that committee. Quota itself is an act of tokenism. If you have consultation and you want to engage young people, youth-based organizations, consultation is nice. But what about the decisions that are made at the end of that consultation? Are they involved in the decision-making process? I believe that for far too long, young people sit by and look at people other than them make decisions for them. So it's about being aware, recognizing tokenism where it is, and working to mitigate it, eliminate it. And I think that will allow for that level of effective participatory approach, which is what true partnership is about, including everyone in society, including the young people.
Thank you, Sudesh. You make it sound easy indeed. Is it so easy? Sophie, you're nodding. Would you like to go next?
I'm just nodding vigorously because I absolutely agree with Sutesh, what Sutesh has said. And I think that this, I suppose this point that I was making earlier about needing to have young people at every level throughout the system, so within the civil service or the official machinery, in those political discussions, engagement opportunities coming in at various different levels and in various different ways. And I think unless we've got all of that, there is a risk of it being kind of tokenistic, and unless current leaders also recognise the value of taking that mentoring and taking that insight from young people and acting on it and working alongside and with young people to implement decision making, then I think it's very difficult to move beyond that tokenistic response. So I think we do see some of those things, but I think that it's so far reaching what we need to do. So our education systems need to almost put children, young people on an equal footing with those who are in education leadership. The way in which we think about our school curriculum should not be, and our examination system should not be teaching young people to the test and how much knowledge they can regurgitate in a 2-hour exam, but instead should be encourage them to be creative and critical thinking, encourage them to be challenging the system. And the whole school system needs to be equipping our young people and enabling and giving permission to our young people to do those things. And then likewise, when young people go into the world of work, their insight, knowledge, of the digital world, of the range of different things that they are absolute experts on. They shouldn't be seen as the junior or the apprentice. They should be seen as the people who hold so much of that knowledge, which, whether you're a public sector leader taking some significant decisions to develop public policy and public services are absolutely crucial, or whether you're a private sector organisation, how you're going to tackle the climate emergency, what do young consumers want out of an organisation, also absolutely crucial. So I think that in order to avoid tokenism, we really need to be thinking about the whole infrastructure from education, examination system, further and higher education, into that world of work, and of course within our systems of politics and governance, to really embed a younger person's insight, value and perspectives.
Thank you, Sophie. Yes, indeed, that systemic perspective, I think, and approach is certainly important to avoid tokenism. Richard or Krista, what are your experiences?
Thank you. I think, yes, I want to emphasize the importance of self-organizing, already I've mentioned, to avoiding tokenism, but very importantly, having multi-stakeholder settings that bring in the homogeneous young people that I've mentioned before. The young people are not a homogeneous group, and therefore, from where I am, it's very important that all these people who are, educated, not educated, rural, so it's a bit complex, but that is what it is. And therefore, taking into account this local context is extremely very important if we are really to get young people to make a real engagement with young people in SDG-related partnerships. But above all, where possible or where it has not happened, I think the affirmative action for youth engagement in at different levels is definitely called for, because at times it's assumed that maybe the youth are not there and therefore things move on. So it's very important that affirmative action also comes up to ensure that young people are part of, policy and programs and other things. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Krista, what about you? What does it take to make real and meaningful youth engagement happen?
I think, and we've discussed about it today already several times, the importance is, first of all, listening, and secondly, really being serious on the inclusion when it comes to decisions that concern young people. So I think let's not forget, I mean, it's them who will be who will have to live in the world that we have messed up to a certain extent, but nevertheless, we are still there as well. So I think the communication between the generations and including them in the decision-making is of utmost importance. This is especially what we are trying to do and what we are living. And I think the ESC has proven that we walk the talk and that we really include them in our decision-making bodies, and we're listening to them. So I think it's really high time that we join forces and that we go down that road in order to make the SDGs and to make a sustainable future happen for all of us. Thank you.
Indeed, those would be nice closing remarks, but of course, we definitely still want to hear from you, Emmanuel and Ines, as the actual young people on this panel. So for the final two contributions, what do you think? How can we make real and meaningful participation happen or continue to make it happen? Emmanuel, would you like to start for the two of you?
Thank you so much. I'll quote what Antonio Guterres once said, like, we must build on the work that has been done with the support of member states, the youth envoy, and the civil society. But this cannot be initiated by old people discussing the younger generation. The United Nations must empower young people, increase their participation in society and their access to education, training, and jobs. As a young person who has got an interaction with many other non-governmental organizations and also international organizations, I believe like all partners should be held accountable. This is to ensure that partners should be held accountable for involving young people in meaningful ways and ensuring their participation is not tokenistic. I've been part of the United Nations General Assembly last year, and also had a chance to be part of the UNICEF Mobilization Lab that took place in the UN headquarters. One of the things that I realized, most of the other countries, apart from my country, Tanzania, did not included young people, but in our country, especially the UN organs, did not have the youth board, but most of the other countries had the UNICEF Youth Board, which included more young people to give out views and suggest how UNICEF can work in those countries. And as I came back when I presented in the general meeting at the UNICEF country office, one among the strongest suggestions I gave is the UNICEF Tanzania to ensure that they have a youth board. And so to all other partners who are working to ensure that sustainable development goals are being achieved, they should be held accountable to ensure that they engage young people. This to include them having things like a youth board or having youth advocates or having youth ambassadors who are echoing what they're working on to the broader community. This will help them to ensure that they're taking this message from the elder community to the young people who are later becoming the future leaders. And so that's one strong contribution that I can give into this to ensure that we hold accountable the partners who are working in the field of sustainable development goals.
Think you very much, Emmanuel. And there are many Zoom icons of clapping and so on coming in. And with that, Ines, over to you.
Thank you. I think I agree with everything that everyone has said, and it would be great if all those recommendations could be put into practice. I would say two things to avoid tokenism and really have meaningful youth engagement is, first of all, making sure that we're talking to the right youth. And I have been approached many times before saying, no, you're the person we want because you already have a profile, or we know that you can speak at these events, and not taking the time to actually include the youth that are experts on specific topics or that are from a particular region that's generally not represented, etc. So not tokenizing the person of youth, but actually making sure that it is the right people that are in the room, and not just because we are youth, we are relevant, because I'm certainly not relevant in every space. And so that goes to breaking the golden circles I was talking before. And the second thing, which I think Emmanuel talked about, is making sure that young people aren't just brought in at random times where it's more convenient, but actually that we are part of the tables where things are being discussed and built and not just fed back on. And I think Sophie talked about this earlier, multiple consultations, but young people not actually being invited to be part of the decision-making table as experts, not just as youth. And I really appreciate that here today we're talking on a level playing field, because we are all experts in different capacities on these topics. So those are the two things: one, bringing the right young people into the space, and also bringing them in at the right time and not right at the end.
Thank you very much, Ines. Yes, somebody is just writing in the chat, great contributions, Emmanuel and Ines. I couldn't agree more. And also, of course, Satesh, Krista, Sophie, Richard, thank you very much to all of you for your contributions. There were many comments in the chat and also questions for contact details and further work together. So to all dear panelists, since time is always short in such sessions, please do feel free to put your websites or email addresses or such so that people can check out your organizations in more detail. And maybe also to all the participants in the chat, having put contact details and so on, feel free to reach out to each other and continue this conversation, because we certainly didn't solve it all today, but I learned a lot, and I hope you all found this session useful. So thank you very much, dear panelists. Thank you very much to all the participants. And with that, I would like to close this wonderful session 3 on youth engagement. And now the plan up until this morning was that at this point, I would hand the floor over to Mr. Ola Göransson of the UN DESA, UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs. But unfortunately, my colleague Ola is not feeling well, and so I'm not able to hand over to him. And instead, I'm handing over to myself now to facilitate from the 3rd session, now also the brief 15-minute closing session. So all of you are already here. I would encourage you to stay for the last 15 minutes to briefly wrap up the day together. And maybe also some people have joined us in the last minute or so for the closing. What I would like to do today for the last 15 minutes, also on behalf of Ola and UN DESA as our hosts for today's event, is to briefly review some highlights of today from the opening and the 3 sessions. Then I have an exciting announcement of an upcoming partnership campaign, and finally a brief reminder for the next event coming up tomorrow. So this morning, or depending on your local time, several hours ago, we started with an opening session. And then we had the 3 sessions. So we had a range of topics, panelists, facilitators, and of course, all of you, the many participants. So I hope beyond the Zoom chat and Facebook comments today, maybe you're also able to connect with each other based on today's event, but beyond today. In the opening, several hours ago, we had opening remarks by Navid Hanif, the Assistant Secretary General for Economic Development at the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs. And I think also that hierarchy level shows just how important partnerships for the SDGs are going forward if we want to reach the SDGs in the next 7 years. We also started with a Mentimeter this morning, asking 2 questions. The first one was, what is one thing that will help create more effective partnerships for SDGs? And the top ranking words that came up were collaboration, trust, funding, transparency, and commitment. So I hope that will stay with us, because I too think that that is indeed crucial. The second Menti question this morning was about obstacles. What is the one thing that will ensure we do not see more effective partnerships for the SDGs? And here, some of the top ranking words were competition, ego, communication, and silos. I think those things have come up throughout the session, so maybe we can all take that forward for our future work and try and build more collaboration, trust, transparency, and avoid the competition, ego, and silos. Because we're certainly not there yet. And again, it will be essential in order to reach the SDGs in the next 7 years. Then we had session 1, which was on building partnerships for unlocking financing for the SDGs. Now, my colleagues have sent me some highlights since then, but I was multitasking a little bit this afternoon and throughout this session as well. So I hope I do a good job mentioning the highlights from session 1. one point that emerged was about managing power and equity issues in financing the SDGs through the use of partnerships. They also mentioned the increasing use of innovative finance, such as blended finance partnerships, and how they are achieving real measurable impact. Third point was about the importance of avoiding fragmentation in financial offerings and building scale, such that the very large institutional investors are needed for achieving the SDGs really can participate. And the final point from that session was a valuable role that sharing information on that topic can play or has. Session 2 was on building partnerships at the country level to leverage resources from all sectors of society. And again, some 4 or 5 points my colleague sent me that emerged from that session was on the importance of building trust across the sectors through transparency, dialogue, and through undertaking joint action. That it matters to engage widely to build the people's goals. So the SDG aligning to the interests of stakeholders and to being inclusive, to ensure you're tapping into the wisdom of those on the ground. It also is helpful to focus on concrete action, and political leadership is of importance, and yet at the same time to engage widely to ensure the commitment beyond the electoral cycles. And then the final point I want to mention, and I heard that myself and really liked it, was one of the panelists in the previous session, session 2, sharing the word lokai, if I said that right, a Hawaiian word meaning unity, oneness, harmony, and agreement. We're all in it together. And that brings us to session 3 on unleashing the creativity, knowledge, and energy of youth for multi-stakeholder partnerships. Now, it's difficult to facilitate the session and pick a highlight because it was a very rich session, but I would say that one thing that emerged for me is the importance of listening, truly listening to each other, learning from it with each other so that we can move forward together. So that was a very brief looking back exercise over the past sessions and the past day. And now I want to look forward. And it really is my pleasure and honor to hereby basically launch a partnership campaign that will be happening between now and September. And the goal of the campaign is to promote the need for and benefits of effective multi-stakeholder partnerships. What will the campaign do that usually my colleague Ola Göransson from the UN would be announcing? Well, we're kicking off today and tomorrow at the Partnership Exchange and the ECOSOC Partnership Forum. And the campaign will be running a survey and also hosting a series of virtual and in-person events, catering to different audiences and leading up to the SDG Summit in September. The events will aim to raise awareness of partnership enabling factors. It will also gather insights and experiences from various sectors and stakeholders, a bit like today. And it will hope to inspire action to further build partnership enabling factors. The highlight at the end will then be a partnership symposium to be held at the margins of the SDG Summit in September. So with all of that that we have planned, who's behind that partnership campaign? It is the 2030 Agenda Partnership Accelerator, which is an initiative by the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs together with the Partnering Initiative, as well as the Global Forum on SDG Advisory Bodies, as well as Partnerships 2030, a project that I have the pleasure of heading at GIZ in Germany, and that was commissioned by the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. It is also this same German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, which is generously funding and supporting the upcoming campaign. So I hope I've raised your curiosity and interest, and I would encourage you to stay tuned and sign up for the newsletters of the participating organizations that I mentioned, and or to check the websites of DESA and the other organizations going forward as we announce more details on the survey and the upcoming events in the months leading up to September. So looking forward to a few months is good, but I also want you all and us all to look forward to tomorrow, because tomorrow, as you might know, the 2023 ECOSOC Partnership Forum is happening. And you can, of course, find all the further details on the website on that. The key sessions will be webcast, so you can all join in tomorrow. And I hope you had an interesting session or sessions in the plural today, and found it productive and might be encouraged to join tomorrow and to keep working in partnerships for the SDGs until 2030 and beyond. And with that, also on behalf of UNDESA, I would like to once again thank all panelists and participants of the day very much and wish you a good remainder of your day. Thank you.